네.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Emerging Network in Economy GENIE Forum's Storage Demo Day. I'm Yoo Tae-sun from the Next Lab. I'll be your MC for today's event. It's already the third demo day at this GENIE Forum. Due to the spread of the coronavirus, the first and second forums were done online, but this year we were able to have you here in person, so it is a great honor for me. Thank you for joining us, and I'd also like to thank our audience joining in on the YouTube Live. Please do send us your comments of support through the YouTube comments. Now I'd like to start the event, and I'd like to invite President of the Korea Startup Association, Mr. Hwang. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mr. Hwang, who has just been introduced. Before we start the opening remarks, I'd like to talk about the changes in interest rates as well as inflation. I know we are struggling in our economy, and I looked at the stock market indexes, and it doesn't look great. I've been in the investment industry for over 20 years. Sometimes we have days when North Korea is doing their nuclear testing, and we had the Lehman Brothers Group incident as well. So through these crises, we know that we can go and get over them. We have many presenters joining us today, but I think at the presentations, what the most important thing is the companies. We have companies who will be giving their presentations in the afternoon. For these companies, it is the most getting funds is the most important thing for them. I hope that these companies are successful in attracting funds within the next month or two, and the Korea Startup Association supports their efforts. Let me get started with the opening remarks. Welcome everyone to the GENIE Forum Storage Demo Day. This is the third event. I'm President Hwang of the KSA, the Korea Startup Association. I'm happy to be opening this event in Jeonju. We see many stories of companies, startups who are preparing for change and growth in the economic crisis. I'd like to thank guests here at the conference, as well as those joining online for joining our event today. I'd also like to thank our mayor of the province of Jeonju and Chairman Woo Dong-gi of the Balanced National Development Committee. Due to the uncertainties rising in the international financial markets in the midst of COVID-19, many companies are going through struggles. However, some startups are showing great growth amidst this crisis. These startups are turning crises into opportunities for growth. And I'm very happy to be presenting these startups at this forum today. After the rain, the soil becomes more fertile. I hope that startups are able to use this crisis as an opportunity to grow and use this as motivation for their growth. I'd like to thank all our guests for joining us today amidst your busy schedules. And I also like to thank the audience joining us online on YouTube. I hope your family and you are very healthy and happy. Thank you.
회장님의
Thank you for your heartfelt remarks for startups. I hope that through this event, the momentum of growth will grow for all of our startups. Now let's proceed with the first session. I'm going to introduce the lecturer who has been in the investing world for more than 30 years. He has worked in the National Trust Fund and he has great insight as an investor. Right now, he is the head of the Uri Asset Management Corp, and he has been investing globally. Through his efforts, he has seen the change in the global startup ecosystem, and also overseas, there's a lot of interest in ESG investments. So he will provide us with insight. I'm going to introduce Mr. Chae Young-kwon, the head of the Uri Asset Management Corporation. Good morning, everybody. As introduced, I'm the head of Uri Asset Management Corporation. So, I hear many people talking about crises. As you know, recently there was the rate hikes globally, and the stock market is plummeting. We see a lot of uncertainty, ongoing uncertainty. And the same goes for the investors. And we don't know when this crisis will end. I think this is something that everybody is thinking about right now. Today I want to talk about a new set of rules, principles that's rising amidst such difficult environment. I'm sure you know that COVID-19 posed a lot of difficulties, but amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of businesses started to focus on ESG values. The same went for investors. Investors are starting to really hone in on ESG values. In this startup ecosystem, there's accelerators and companies that get listed in IPOs and startups, of course. But I think at the center is our startups. So startups should use this opportunity to embrace ESG values. So why is ESG management important? I briefly talked about this. Regulations are really becoming stricter. As for companies listed in Korea, for companies over 2 trillion won worth of assets, they have to disclose ESG-related values. So, going forward, a lot of companies will have to disclose ESG-related values, and the global Big Four and Scope 1, 2, 3 are some concepts that are being mentioned in global 4 accounting companies. So it's important for companies to maintain and manage their own ledgers, but it's also important for companies to manage how their contractors and partners are doing. So you might say, well, isn't ESG just a burden for companies? But ESG is not just something that is limited to Korea. It's a global trend. Countries announced that by 2050, they will achieve carbon neutrality. And they came up with the agenda that the temperature rise should not go above 1.5 degrees. The biggest company that we know in Korea, Samsung Electronics, announced the RE100. This means that all products manufactured within the Samsung Group will not be manufactured with fossil fuels, but rather renewable energy. Going forward, as Korean companies export products to European markets, if the Korean products are made with fossil fuel, then it will be subject to carbon tax. So that's why we need to focus on this trend. Also, the national pension is in Jeonju. The second point I want to mention is that investors also focus on ESG values. Now, the national pension, of course, focuses on the next generation. We cannot invest in products or energies that will be harmful for the future generation. In other words, we cannot kick the can down the road, and that's why investors are focusing on ESG. In 2008, during the global financial crisis, investors didn't have enough control over companies they invested in. This was what a lot of people said, and the term stewardship came up. And investors are focusing on that new term, stewardship now. And S&P of US, Moody's, when they assess the credit ratings of companies, they focus on ESG values as well now. For instance, I don't want to bring up a specific name here, but let's say that there is a company that uses fossil fuels. That asset is stranded asset, as we like to say. And investors are basically not going to be investing anymore in stranded assets. So the credit rating of the company will fall, and the company will have no choice but to go bankrupt. That stresses the importance of ESG. And we say millennials and Gen Z, right? Social media is something that the younger generation uses nowadays. So the brand image of a company has become extremely important. If a company pollutes the environment or maybe looks down on its partners, contractors, discriminates against certain races, genders, then the younger generation will not buy products from that company. So customers are also focusing on ESG. I'm sure that you all know about the concept of ESG. I briefly touched upon it. And previously, the values of businesses all stemmed from financial statements, profits, revenues. So everything was about financial statements. And this really brought about investment. But now the world has changed. So other than financial performances, non-financial performances have become important. In 2020, PRI of the UN, this is a group of investors that gathered. And they thought long and hard about which criteria they should apply to invest in companies. And they decided on ESG, environment, social, and governance. So there were terms like responsible investment in the past, but now they have coined it to the new term ESG. And I have put in my slide what all of these stand for, ESG. Now, as an investor, the company that gets invested in will have to focus on what they can change in their production to get more investment. But as an investor, we focus on ESG for long-term investment. So ESG values are important when we decide which companies to invest in the long term. There's a lot of people who focus on short-term investment who sell their stocks if it goes up. They would focus on financial statements, but ESG is for investors who want to hold a company's stocks for the long run. So institutional investors like the national fund, like the national pension. And I have a lot of data listed for you here on the slide. And there's a lot of investment strategies that you can use depending on which ESG values you focus on. For instance, there's investors who focus on environmentally positive companies, and there's also the concept of negative screening, where investors don't invest in companies that are harmful for the society, like tobacco companies or alcohol companies. And recently, there has become a comprehensive investing model where investors focus on both the financial aspects and the ESG aspects. Now, this is a slide that sums up everything I've said so far. ESG investment. Now, you don't have to do ESG investing. It's a choice, right? Nowadays, we hear the word greenwashing, which means funds that pretend like they're investing in eco-friendly businesses, but don't really. And institutional investors focus on stewardship, which means that you don't stop after investing. You check on the company that you invested in to make sure they follow through with their promises. And also, with the right to vote, these investors have a say in the company's management. This is the concept of stewardship. So ESG can be connected with stewardship, and there's also something called the Global Initiative. There's CDP, UNPRI, TCFD, climate change related international organizations, and governance. Of course, we can't forget about governance. The National Pension Fund and asset management companies have their own board of directors or a committee that focuses on ESG. And within these investment institutions, they continuously talk about ESG values and how it is being followed through in companies. So this is something that my corporation has, the Uri Asset Management Corp. So the topic for today is about startups, right? This is the report, Startup Alliance and Triple Light. And it shows the aspect of investors. When we look at startups to invest in and look at the startup ecosystem, we try to gauge the interest in ESG. And the number you see is 70. So there's a lot of interest in ESG values in the startup investment ecosystem. And maybe when a company is in its pre-seed stage, ESG might not be that important. But once it announces IPO, ESG becomes important because it needs to raise its value in the market. And the graph on the bottom left is the importance of ESG on the stages of startup, the growth stages of startup. And you see there's a pre-seed stage. And there's also specific funds that provide funding for ESG-centered pre-seed startups. And when it goes to Series A and B, you can see that the interest in ESG falls slightly, but in the pre-IPO stage, it goes up again. And as a VC, when we look at the investment returns, ESG has not led to a lot of returns. But When it comes to risk management, ESG investment is, of course, doing very well. And this makes sense because ESG investment is a long-term investment when it comes to profit and value and returns. So ESG management is now a key indicator for startups' performances. And the external environment, as you all know, is suffering. But the new norm, the new principle called ESG could be a new opportunity for our startups. To name one, after the COVID-19 pandemic, people focused more on greenhouse gas, the environmental aspects of climate change. So European countries, the US, Korea, all started focusing on environmental regulations. And also, most of the economic stimulus policies that the governments came up with also had something to do with environmental policies. Like, for instance, I think that we have a CEO from an eco-friendly vessel manufacturing company that's preparing for us right now. So I think this will be a great chance for companies that focus on eco-friendly innovation. And social is also the aspect that many people are focusing on. Social, S. It's very difficult to gauge, but millennials and Gen Z focus a lot on this part as well. And if a company does well in social indicators, then many younger generations will buy product from that company. I want to go back and talk about myself as an investor. VCs. VCs have their own set of criteria for ESG governance, and their board of ESG committee. And they first go through negative screening. I talked about the meaning of this. It means not investing in companies that don't do good for the society. Maybe companies that make products or provide services in relation to smoking, tobacco, drinking. So there is a scoring board actually for this negative screening right now. And the committee members put down the numbers. It's a 5, it's a 4 in terms of the company's value. And also you see that the process goes to investment decision making, follow-up management, and investment returns. We are right now a lot of Korean companies are right now at the first stage right now, but we will go forward to realize rest of the stages later on. And a lot of funds are being made right now, funds that will follow through with this process. So we do see a movement within the society to expand ESG investment. I have 20 minutes. I don't know if I provided much information for you. I was kind of in a hurry, but the term ESG might seem a concept that's very far away from you, that's distant from you. When a startup does well, it becomes a unicorn, right? It's going to be very difficult for that startup to start focusing on ESG values once that company has grown into a unicorn. So I want to stress that startups from the ground up should focus on ESG values before they become too big. And if a startup focuses on ESG values, it's going to be much easier for that company to get investment. investors have to invest in eco-friendly companies nowadays, and companies have to disclose ESG-related data. So going forward, ESG management will be an inextricable part of companies and startups management. I'm not sure if you heard about Dino Lab. A lot of asset management corporations are putting forth diverse policies and projects to support startups. I'm talking about Uri Asset Management Corp because I'm from that company. But we have created a second center in Dino Lab to provide an office for startups, promising startups. So if you are interested in attracting funds, if you're a startup, please pay interest to Dino Lab. And once you become a unicorn, as a person who invests in listed companies, I will be waiting for you to become a unicorn. Thank you for listening.
네,
Thank you. We've talked about ESG for startups. It seems like an issue that was far away for startups, but it sounds like we need to get started from the very beginning. Now we'll move on to our next presenter. This presenter is a supporter of startups, in fact, an investor. This company is a venture capitalist that invests as a limited partner in startups. Now I'd like to invite Director Han Ji-hoon of the Korea Venture Investment Group. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Director Han from KVIC, the Korea Venture Investment Group. Today, I'll be talking about the landscape and the trends in the ecosystem of startup investors from the viewpoint of investors and startups. I'll be starting with the viewpoint of investors, and then I'll move on to the perspective of startups, so that startups can know what VCs look for when they invest. Currently, I am a member, an employee at the Korea Venture Investment Group, or the KVIC. We do investing for startups. In order to understand the macro of the venture landscape in Korea, we need to look at the forward-looking indices. From the venture capitalist's point of view, we always look for a collection of investments. We have that in mind when we start our investments. That is the key to a successful VC. And I think listing a company on the Korea Stock Exchange is the ultimate success. So I'd like to share with you the candlestick chart, monthly candlestick chart on the Kosdaq. Let's take a look at how hard the situation is for the Korea exchange. During the financial crisis, we had very turbulent times in our stock exchange market. As you can see, in 2012, it was a difficult time, as it was in COVID-19 crisis. As you can see, the stock market doesn't look very well up today. Because it is difficult for investors to collect their investment in such a situation, it's hard for startups to get high valuations. Startups look to list themselves, and in order to do that, the peer group is very important. So they have to look at peer companies and their valuation, and that is how we evaluate startups. So if the peer companies are not doing well, the startups will not be evaluated at their utmost either. In order to look at the current status of the VC market, we can look at the stock for the public companies. we pulled the companies that have recently gone public and created an ETF. And as you can see, the chart goes down. It's not a very good situation. What's important here, however, as you know very well, the base interest rate is increasing. The 3-year Treasury bonds are also on a high. So the US has also hiked their base rates, 0.75 base point. And if this happens, it's very difficult to create a fund. Funds need to be created in order to support venture capitalists. So startups are actually looking for different alternative investment sources instead of VCs. The 3-year Treasury bond is a 3% rate. Then the other companies will have their bonds available at 4 or 5%. So the fund of funds, we have a 7% return. So sometimes people prefer a safe 4 to 5% rather than an uncertain 7%. So those are kind of the situations in the market right now. Let's look at how these indices come alive in numbers. If we look at the trend of how venture funds are created in Korea, you can see the numbers on a historical high. This means that the funds are created very well and a lot of people are investing. If you look on the graph on your right, the quarterly fund creation indices don't look that great. The fund period needs to be long enough, and if you look at the current trends of how venture funds are created, it's not a great situation. The venture investment was on a historical high last year at 7 trillion won. And you can see that although it's a gradual decrease, it is still a decrease when we look at the quarterly numbers. If we look at what's going on in the market, financial investment companies, institutions say that they will no longer invest in startups. And this year, if they are not able to create funds, it will be more difficult to create funds next year. That's kind of the atmosphere in the market. The 7-year or 10-year fund has a 3 or 4 year preparation period. So you have to think from the VC's perspective that 3 or 4 years is the time that we need to get prepared for funds. This is an example of some of the articles that you'll be seeing on the media these days. Many companies are struggling to find funds, and some are going bankrupt, etc. Even companies that we thought were strong are losing their cash flow. They are not able to bring in investments. And if they are not able to get their sales up to what they had hoped for, it is very easy for them to become bankrupt. Of course, it's the same for any company, but for startups, it is especially difficult to run their company without any sufficient investments. So you can see, due to the changes in the VC market, the startups are struggling. Now let's look at what happened during the financial crisis. How funds were created, what was the collection rate, etc. As you can see in 2007 and 2008, also in recent years due to COVID-19, you can see that the numbers are a little bit more sensitive than they usually would have been. You can see that there are ups and downs in the graph. If we look at the feeding fund for our company, during crises, especially for 2008 financial crisis, we had 25 funds created. That is a low number compared to 2009. but these funds had the highest ROI. If you look at it from the investor's point of view, this is when they're looking for good investment opportunities. And this also means that the companies that they invested in had great performance. So these 25 funds had 3.58 times the performance. During these difficult times, it is hard for startups to obtain investments. Even companies that have become unicorns, I don't want to mention names, but fintech companies that were valued at 28 trillion have fallen to 8 trillion. And some of these companies have gone down to a valuation of 1 or 2 trillion. You can see their valuations are dropping drastically. So the funds that are created in recent years and this year, I believe will have great ROI in the future years once we are out of this crisis. Startup investors are looking for good investment opportunities. They have made this constant effort. And I believe that the investments they are making now will have great ROI in the future. So if you are an investor, please do keep in mind that these funds or the investments now can have great performance later on. There are many VCs in the market, and our company also has many opportunities for investments. In 2017, there were only 150 VCs, and now we have 200 or more. So from the startup's point of view, there are 280 or more VCs, but it also means they have to compete harder for the investments. So the VCs that are in the mid to below average range are bound to struggle because there are so many players. VCs funds amounted for 7.6 trillion, and 30% were taken up by VC funds. From the startup's point of view, let's look at who would be a good investor, who is an investor that can create more value for our company. I brought the example of Airbnb. Sequoia is one of the top-tier VCs in the market. They started from the seed, and then all the way to the Series A. They started there, and they brought in their friend investors, and we invested in Airbnb, which was a great company to invest in. These friend investors, we call them clubs. So we brought in these VC, and we hope that we can have more of these partners in the future. The trend of venture capital funds from 10 years ago is very different from now. They were focused more on materials parts. Now bio companies are promising fields. This is the by industry investments that our fund of funds is making. Up till 2012, our venture capital funds, the bio was one of the top investment destinations. But recently, the bio companies are not valuated as high as they should be and are struggling to obtain funds. In 2021, the company that had the best performance and the most investments is called Dunamu. And these are the top 10 companies. You can see that they were the strongest companies in 2021, but their valuation are actually falling now. you can see that even unicorn companies are having trouble bringing in funds. Now I'd like to share with you what venture capitalists look for. This is the official public information that we shared regarding what we look for when we make an investment. I believe the companies that invested in Tunamu brought in a lot of an ROI, and even our company brought in 28 billion, which is a great amount for someone like me, an employee at a venture capitalist. Since we are an operator of fund of funds, we look at a lot of companies in regions and in provinces in Korea rather than just in Seoul. As you can see, this percentage has come up to 20%, which is quite high. In Daejeon or the Chungcheong province, there are many companies that we are investing in. I think there is a clear characteristic here. The companies that are in clusters tend to obtain and procure more investments. Our fund of funds as well as feeding funds are created, and we are very interested in regional clusters and regional startups. I hope that companies in the provinces have this opportunity. So let's look at what our source of funds is. We obtain funds from 10 departments in 10 ministries, and we have a fund amounting 27 trillion. The IRLO is 7%. We are intending to focus on youth startups as well as startups run by women. We asked some VCs these questions. We asked about 400 of them. We asked them how many companies they look at or review in order to decide one company to invest in. One person said, I look at 100 documents and probably 50 meetings. But we end up only investing in 2. We only invest in 7 companies out of 114 is what another VC said. So we say that don't just work with one a potential investor with your IR. We ask you to try to reach out to many VCs in order to procure your investment. This goes for Korea, but for other countries as well. There are many VCs who work in clubs, which means they bring in their acquaintance investors. Let's say I am a bio major by training, and that is where my expertise lies. And maybe my friend is a specialist in electronic machinery. So with my expertise, I give advice on investment to my friend investor and vice versa. So there are many instances where VCs work together to do their investment. Also for follow-up investments, even if our house or our VC doesn't have the funds right now, there are companies who can step in for that follow-up investment, and I think that can help the company that we have invested in and thus our ROI. So then how do VCs help the growth of a company? But I think follow-up investments are key here. Our startup CFOs our VCs could play the role of a CFO for the startups. These are the elements that we look for as VCs before we invest in. Of course, we look for competitive edge. Does this company have a competitive edge compared to their peer companies? Is one of the questions that we ask. We also look at the growth potential and the industry. Does it have growth potential? I think this is another important part that we look at. We have a venture capitalist committee. And then we look at what is the most important thing that we need to look at when we evaluate for investments. We actually look a lot at the founder or the CEO of the company. We look at how intent they are or how strong-willed they are. And then we look at, of course, the services and the products that the company offers. These are some of the factors that impact the success of a company. Think the market and the industry, as well as the product and the service, and the team members. This might seem a little bit obvious, but other than the success elements, we have to look at the failure elements as well. There may be services or products that might not be good for success. I think at the end of the day, people are the most important. I'd also like to talk about something I've mentioned before in other sessions. This is the what the previous speaker spoke about, which is ESG and venture capitalists. It is very difficult for companies to try to go in a more ESG direction, especially in their beginning days. We divide the process into 8 processes. Currently, we are driving up till process number 4. Investors look at ESG, so we hope that we drive this ESG and it helps our companies procure more investment from other VCs as well. Thank you so much. That was the end of my presentation. I hope that our regional economy booms, and I hope that we can become great partners in creating a better economic future for everyone. Thank you.
한국
Thank you, Mr. Han, for your presentation. He gave us great insight in a more macroeconomic perspective. We will have a 10-minute recession, and then we will move on to the talk concert.
제가 질문 드리면 단답형보다 좀 길게 좀 얘기해 주셔야 진행이 좀 매끄럽습니다. 네네, 사인 주십시오.
Did you enjoy your short break? We will begin the signature program of Demo Day. We will begin the talk concert. I think it would be better for all of our panelists to introduce themselves instead of me introducing them. Hello, I am Director Han Ji-hoon from Korea Venture Investment Corp. Hello. I see that here I'm written down as the president of Korea Startup Association. But I think you'll be more used to me being a part of Korea Investment Partners. I actually worked in a pharmaceutical company and I've been working in this field for about 20 years. I usually invest in bio companies, and I looked at the list of funds that invested most in startups in 2021, and we were outpaced. I think next year we will be at the top of the rank again to invest most in startups. We have a lot of startups preparing for their presentations in the afternoon in the later part of this event. And I personally know a lot about these startups. And I like to ask you to please give us their presentation materials after they finish their presentations. I will personally take it upon myself to look into the companies. I am once again Hwang Man-sun. Hello, I am Jenny Yu. I am working in a company called Safeware, and I will also be giving a presentation of my startup in the afternoon. Thank you. Hello, I'm from Infobank. I'm the director, Oh Jung-hwan. We are a capitalist asset management company that focuses on pre-seed startup investment. And we also do accelerators, and we are also an accelerator. Hello, I am the CEO of a startup, The Dash. We try to solve labor shortages in agricultural areas with drones. We have 5 panelists here with us for today's talk concert. So, you started your opening speech by saying that the external conditions are very dire, right? Yeah, I mean, yesterday I went to another event and I wondered about what to say into my speech today. I wondered if I should say the external environment might be bad, but you have to persevere. Or I wondered if I might just straight up say that the economic environment is dire. Yesterday, I thought that, I mean, Korea isn't the only company in a bad environment. When we look at NASDAQ, other countries' stock markets, it's so bad. And even in the winter, trees grow, right? We can apply the same for people, for startups. It's not like these harsh environments impact you only. So I think it's time for startups to think about how to survive amidst such adverse conditions. I mean, what are you going to do? You have to find a way out, right? You're not going to change the global economy. So startups to startups, VCs to VCs, and fund of funds to fund of funds, the government, everybody has to pull through and cooperate together. So that's the message that I wanted to relay to all of you. So this is the third talk concert that you're participating in. The first talk concert was about how to survive in the COVID-19 pandemic. Every year we've been talking about how to pull through in these adverse conditions. So when do we get a good condition, a prosperous condition? I agree with what you're saying. I mean, we talked about companies that were valued at 4 trillion won, 28 trillion won, and I meet these well-established startups, and they say that they're still going through startups. So yes, the conditions, the external environments might be adverse, but let's hope for a better future, a silver lining. I think that in the middle of November, when the next president of China is confirmed, then maybe the uncertainties will die down a bit globally. Okay, so you said that the global economy is in a bad condition. So compared to last year, how worse has the situation become? About valuations? Do investments fall through? Yes, so maybe on the point of rejections in voting, we talked about clubs, right? Groups of investors. I think a lot of conditions are being added on to investments. So let's say that we're trying to gather about 5 billion won for a fund. It's very difficult to attract that amount of investment. And 5 billion won might not cut it. A company, a startup, might need 7 billion won to survive. I mean, before it was easy to pull together a fund of 20 to 30 billion won. And recently, I presented a Series A startup worth about 13.5 billion won, and all the other investors were saying that that is too expensive. And as you know, in investing, there's a lot of hesitancy right now. Startups are having a difficulty attracting investment and funding. And the same goes for VCs. I mean, we have to think about interest rates. Large-scale VCs might be able to be less impacted by interest rates, but all in all, interest rates do play a big part in us deciding on investments. So small VCs have problems gathering funds. And other private investors are thinking now, because the interest rates are rising, maybe I shouldn't invest. Maybe I should just put my money in a bank safely. So this is like a chain reaction. As the rate rises, interest rate rises, investors start looking for other investment options. It's not just a matter of Korea, the US, Hong Kong, Japan, everywhere else. If the rate increases, then I know I'm dragging on here, but I just want to add on one more thing. So beside me, we have GENIE, and she's living and working in Korea. Right now, I like to say that Korea needs to trust Korea. We need to have faith in Korea. If we keep on saying that the market isn't good, then the market might go from bad to worse. I mean, if we actually look at startups, they are doing well. They're persevering. We seem to be thinking that the market is bad just because the valuations have fallen a bit. And I want to ask investors or just independent investors who have surplus money on their hands to invest in startups now. Don't just put your money away in a bank because the interest rate is high. Believe in these startups. Okay, so you invest a lot in early stage startups, right? What's the atmosphere like on the ground in the market? Yeah, I think everything that the president just said applies to us as well. The market is not good, that's a fact, but we do focus more on seed stage startups. And as VCs have become more hesitant to invest more startups are actually flocking to us. So we are actually conversing with more startups than before when VCs used to make large investments frequently. But you know that startups all go through different stages. It doesn't just end at the initial stage. I have heard that startups are having difficulty securing funds once after they've grown a bit. So I hope that people will start to invest more so that startups that get initial round of funds can get follow-up rounds of funds. Right. So I think we all know the names of some companies that are having problems in their portfolios. Is this a widespread trend right now? Yes, I mean, for startups to consistently grow, they need consistent funding. I think we can think of companies that secure additional funding after the seed stage and the companies that can't. And for companies that do secure additional funding after the seed stage, we always tell them that you have to know that the economic conditions might go from bad to worse. So always have secure funding. And for startups that fail to get follow-up funding, we always try to advise them to make the effort to get follow-up funding. So a lot of high-value and low-value startups are contacting us right now. And when it comes to valuation, we don't try to really negotiate that much with startups that contact us. But yes, I do think that overall valuations are coming down a bit. Okay, so you have said that it's difficult for startups to secure additional funding after the first round of funds. So you look at a lot of other fund of funds, right? Have you seen any changes in indices, like the number of investments going down? Yes, recently investors are showing interest in fund of funds. Compared to last year, fund creation is showing better indices than the actual amount of investment. So people are trying to create funds this year rather than next year. When we look at monthly indices, like the first half of this year, the numbers weren't so bad, but for the second half, like July and August, from what we've seen so far, if we compare it to last year, because 2021 was such a successful year, we do see that the numbers are coming down quite a bit. Yeah, when I meet startups, they say that it's very difficult for them to attract investment. As a person working in the fund of funds, what do you think? Right. So President Hwang Man-sun said that a lot of conditions are being added to investment right now, all risky investments, of course. But yeah, I agree in that the number of investments itself has gone down. VCs, mother of funds, fund of funds, and investment agreements have decreased. And also, we have this term dry powder, which means funds that have not been invested yet. We need a surplus of those for future investments, right? Usually investors don't invest in a company one time. They usually invest several rounds. But now investors are finding it difficult to make a series of rounds of investments. And when we talk about VCs, there's of course institutional investors, but there's also independent investors and a lot of diverse investors. Now, all of these VCs, venture capitalists, do their best to engage in a round of investments, but because everybody is going through a difficult time, the actions of the investors are affecting the startups and vice versa. Okay, so I have a question here. When I look at our company, before there were capitalists that invested about 2 to 3 billion won by themselves, but now investors are pulling their acquaintances, like you said. Can you explain more about that? Yes, so the investment amount for one VC is around 1 billion or 2 billion for one round of investment. But the investment amount itself has decreased significantly recently. So basically, VCs are doing their risk management. They don't know what kind of a risk is lying in front of them, so they're trying to manage it and be safe. Okay, but all in all, so investment is ongoing. So what kind of companies do VCs invest in such a bad market condition? Right, so actually in our company's meeting, we did see that the number of investments were going down recently, so we got together and said we need to invest more. I know that the market condition is bad, but we are a company that's created for investment. So we do try to stimulate investment. We encourage others to invest despite the difficulties. And on a similar note, whether you're getting the first round of funding, whether you're an accelerator, I want to impart this message for all of you. Let's have an analogy. Let's say you make a new friend. I mean, friends fight. You can't just be best buddies forever. But when you think long and hard, it's easier to make amends with the friend that you fought with than to make a new friend. Making a new friend takes more effort. So I want to say that a startup and an accelerator relationship is like a friendship. It's easier for the friendship to secure additional funding from the accelerator by asking for a favor from the accelerator's, let's say, father, friend, because the accelerator can vouch for the startup. Now, before, when we had an economic boom, accelerators were able to fund trustworthy startups by themselves. But now, because the economic situation is quite difficult, accelerators should think about gathering other investors around them and supporting this trustworthy and high growth potential startup. So that's why I want to compare it to a friend relationship. It was an analogy that I gave. So yes, right. So the dash. You must be busy looking for accelerators friends, right? Yeah, we've always been busy looking for friends to invest in us. We're a company in its early stages, so I think our promising indicators are not really our revenue, but the potential that we have. And we have a clear vision to show investors our potential. And yes, when we meet a friend that agrees with us, that really sees our values, we get investment, as you said with your analogy. Now, this year, compared to last year, it's difficult for us to even have initial meetings with investors. So, future investors might be thinking that our business is less profitable, has less potential, but compared to last year, we have the same business. So maybe I think that this is a bit due to economic conditions.
I believe that, when that happens, when you don't get the investment, you would feel very sad, like, because you feel like you deserve it. Well, I would have to say it's mixed feelings. Even for investors who want to invest, they want to know and go more into detail. They want to know what's really under the surface. So I think this is a really good opportunity for us, because if investors look even into the details, that helps me think about that, although those are things that I have been thinking about in the past as well. Also, it helps me think about what are the things that we should focus on moving forward. What do investors look for? So even if we do successfully obtain investment, we don't know what we will need in the future. So I think this detailed coaching would actually help us in the future. Bring in your friends. Yes, I do want to do that, and I try to meet people who have a lot of friends. So those are the efforts that I am making. I'll try to be very diligent. And I hope that we can get investment from houses that have many friends. Hi, Jenny. I'd like to ask, how is it with Safeware? No, for us, we haven't brought in any investment yet. We were established. We were established in 2016, and we are surviving on funds from our own sales so far. You did bring up ESG, President Hwang. So we do wearable products. Our airbags, if there is a fall, then that airbag will open up automatically. So I think that has a lot of social value in itself. That's what I think, if you ask me. We're still in the early stages as well. But if you look at it from a value perspective, I think a lot of investors probably would be interested in our company. So as you said before, it's not easy to make friends. But from this point of view, I think we still have a lot of potential. I mean, we're joining all of these great forums and meeting all of these great people. I hope that this is a starting point for a better future for us. I want to ask you, do you feel that the startup industry is going through turbulent times? I mean, firsthand experience. What do you feel in the field? For us, we're in the very, very early stages. We are not proactively looking for investors. We don't meet with them just yet. I mean, we are just starting. Also, from my point of view, I do a lot of business overseas. So I don't have a good grasp of what's going on in Korea in the market. But from my point of view, Safeware is the first company to create airbags for construction sites. So it's difficult to say that there is a market for me to compare myself to. So it's difficult for me to say, when they ask, are there any performance indexes? Are there anything related to safety measures or standards? So it's kind of a vague area. Even though we obtained the innovative certification in Korea, it doesn't have any meaning overseas. So I think those are the difficulties that we face. Right, so those are your struggles, but I understand that you do export overseas. There are probably companies that are expanding overseas, and those companies are the ones that get investments. I'd also like to ask Mr. Kim, President Hwang, what this means for the industry. Yes, I'd like to say that you need a bit of know-how. I'm not sure if this would be a good tip. Some people ask me, or venture capitalists, they send over their business plans, that's like 30 or 40 pages. They introduce themselves through a cold call email. But VCs are very busy with their daily schedules. If we get an email like that, what happens in our heads is that we actually have to open that file in order to know what the company is about. And we have to read that 30, 40-page brochure. But VCs are humans. We're not gods. Even if we read the 30, 40-page IR material, we don't know what the company is about. So then the VCs say, oh, sorry, this is not in line with our investment direction, and then they reject the investment opportunity. So what I encourage is that you write in the email body itself what your company is about. And the attachment, it could be a 1 or 2 pager. It should include the key information that you think is important. Let's say you have a 30, 40-page business plan. Please, I ask you again, please make it easy to read. We know that you are experts in your field of choice, but VCs, the people who are reading it, are not. Some people send me 80-page PDFs. That would be the case of people who are experts in the area or who want to see the details. So I want to say you have to create 3 different versions. Have it in your smartphone all the time. A 1-pager, a 30-pager that is easy to read for laymen, and an 80-pager for experts. So let's say I go meet startups. If you send me a 1 or 2 pager, then I would look at it on the train on my way there. And it is easy for me to give it to another VC who can take a look at it. During the good times, a lot of startups would send 30 or 40 pagers, and that would work in those days. I hope that we change methods or tactics since the market is different. I want to ask you, if we take that static, startups have a better chance at obtaining investments. Let's say there is a startup that sent you a cold email with that 1 or 2 pager, and then you read it, and then you decide to invest in it. That could be the cold email approach, or there could also be an approach where we actually meet a VC and ask them for investment. So I want to ask you from a VC's point of view, which one has a better impact? I think this goes for, anywhere around the world, but anyone who has recommended anything from their friend are more open to that. I have to say that cold emails rarely succeed. Maybe they have sales, they have ROI and growth potential, and they are getting attention from the media or are introduced in forums like this today. That might have a little bit of impact, but something like a cold email with nothing, VCs will not be as interested, and this goes for the US, Israel, any other country in the world. Another thing that I want to add, from elementary school, middle school to high school, this is the standard education that we go through. Everyone also has experience working in a company. I believe if you really look at your network, you can find someone who is in that field. I think the situation is even more difficult for the US, Israel, or Japan. So please do try to look for a friend. One thing I would like to add as well, a lot of people, a lot of startups send us cold emails. We get tens of those emails, maybe 50 a day. So it's very difficult realistically for us to actually look through all of those IR materials. So, through forums like today, I believe that we can find points of where we can connect with, and I think it's great that we can do this face-to-face so that we can see where we can bring in the synergy. So please do find demo days like this or other forums where you can actually meet these potential investors. I believe that this is another way that could work. Right, another tip I want to add that comes to mind. When you're looking for investors, when you don't have money, it's very difficult to even go overseas to find overseas investors. It could be Jeonju or Jeju within Korea. If you are able to expose yourself to them over a period of time, VCs are people as well. They are more exposed to you and you have that connection. So a lot of people actually think, I'm so busy, should I even go to Jeonju or Jeju? But you really have to. It's all about networking. You will be having coffee time, lunch, dinner. And if you spend your time with them, give them enough face time, investors will be more inclined to invest in your company. Well, it looks like Safeware and all these companies can have a lot of friends. Well, yes, but you need good friends. Yes, for myself, I will do that one-pager and send it to you right away. Right, I would actually encourage you to talk with them. Do you have teasers, like a 1 or 2-pager? We have a fast fact sheets. We have a 1-pager because I think 2 pages could be a little bit too long. And then we have about 30-page IR material that, and I haven't been able to spend a lot of effort on the email body itself, but after today, I'll take your tip. Yeah, so President Hwang mentioned that it's important to create friends, make friends. So I want to say something in regards to this. When we're doing follow-up investments, it's very important for us to find companies whose goals are aligned. For me, I look at my network and people that I am acquaintances with, but that's probably not enough. It's difficult to find people whose investment goals are aligned with the company that I am investing in. I wonder if there's a portal where we can find VCs or funds that have their goals disclosed so that we can find the ones that can be aligned with our goals. Right. Those are some of the things that we can definitely work on. The beneficiaries of our company are startups. So no matter how much we commercialize ourselves or do PR, I don't think startups are very interested in the companies that we are currently investing in. So we do have to make more efforts. There are VCs who don't have any mandatory standards, but some funds have mandated a certain proportion, maybe 60% of what kind of startups they need to invest in. So it's very important for you to meet with operators of funds as such. So go meet with VCs who have that proportion that they need to invest. That would give you more certain procurement of investments. For example, even in Jeonju, there are probably funds that are mandated to invest a certain percentage within the year or so. So I encourage you to look for these VCs. I mean, airbags for construction sites that Safeware does sounds like a very good item, innovative item. I think it's very important you find investors that who are aligned with this. Well, it seems like you are the president from today onwards, but you are already making requests like this. Right, so we have about 2 or 3 minutes left. Well, we heard a lot of good tips, like a 1-pager, 2-pager. Many startups don't have this. So if you could give us a little bit of a, tips on how to create that 1 or 2-pager, that'd be great. For startups, I think people are very important. The people in the market. And even if your product has a prototype, they're not completely complete, right? So the person, you have to introduce yourself. I have this product, I am this person, and this is the market we want to operate in. When we go to VCs, you have to have something around valuation. Some startups don't include valuations. And if they don't have that fact, sometimes I feel like if I ask them, would I be putting them on the spot? And then I decide not to ask them. So we talked about how important growth and potential is. But in the history of VCs, the most important thing that we look at is the people on the management. Market, people, and products. And then once you're up in that range, valuation is very important. So I'd like to, let CEOs of startups know that these are the important things. Jenny, CEO Jenny, if you could let us know, do you have any tips? Yes, we do have that valuation. We have a lot of things we want to talk to people about because it's a new technology. We want to say how our product works. But it all depends on how much the investor wants to know about our product and how much we should disclose. Right. I'm not sure what to call that 1 or 2-pager. Maybe we'll call it a teaser. But when you do make that, just keep in mind, these people don't know anything about your company. So if you get the reply that, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what your company does, that means you haven't made a good teaser. So even if someone who is not in the industry reads your teaser, they need to be able to understand it. Right, so you can actually ask someone who is not in the business and ask them what they think about your teaser. Right, so we're almost coming to the end of this session. I feel like today was a great opportunity for us to experience with firsthand what the changes in the market are. So, and we've also gotten very good tips on the teaser. Also, we talked about how to make friends and how to approach VCs. Thank you all panelists for joining our discussion today. And for those in our audience, those who are interested in the Safeware products, we have the pitch scheduled in the afternoon, so please stay tuned. Thank you.
So this wraps up the talk concerts, and let us move on to the next session. Next, we have a talk prepared for you from the CEO of Vincent, a company that manufactures eco-friendly ships. Vincent pitched their ideas last year at the second Storage Demo Day, right on this stage. And despite the harsh conditions, Vincent attracted 14.5 billion won of investment and is growing in earnest. We all say that it's hard to get investment, the economy is in a recession, and I can dare say that Vincent is a startup that turned the current crisis into an opportunity. A successful startup story that overcame the crisis to leap further. Let us hear from the CEO, Lee Chil-hwan from Vincent. Hello, everybody. I'm the CEO of Vincent, Lee Chil-hwan. I love the title, Vincent, a company that made lemonade from lemons. We were founded about 5 years ago. It's been a crisis from the very beginning up until this moment. And I want to stress that every time there's a crisis, there is also an opportunity. I'd like to take this opportunity to not really introduce you all about our investment, but to talk about some episodes, some hardships we faced when we wanted to attract investment. So what was the first crisis that we faced? Most of the employees in our company worked in shipyards, but then all lost their jobs around 2017 when the industry was bad. So we started this startup to create electric vessels, so electric motors. And everybody told us that this just couldn't work. It was nothing but a daydream. But we still wanted to start the business because we thought that it would be very fun. When we had started the business and a year had passed, somebody came to me, an investor came to me and said that they wanted to invest about 5,050 million won's worth of investment. We thought that maybe that person might be a con artist, but we did decide to trust that investor. And that investor did actually fund us. So that was a lucky beginning for us, which led to the next stage of funding. And we got the capability to participate in more important projects. And I really could see the importance of attracting investment. And then we faced another hardship. In the beginning, we thought that if we just had 1 billion won, everything would work out. And we got to a stage where we got 20 billion won's worth of investment. But then we faced another crisis, a crisis of labor. We faced the shortage of professionals, talent. For instance, our company is based in Yeongham in Jeonnam, and engineers in that district have no interest in developing such electric vessels. And it's not a matter of money at this point. So we had to persuade all of the other workers from the shipyard that had gone bankrupt in 2015, 2016. And so we pulled through that crisis and we participated in a bigger project. But then another crisis surfaced. We had the solutions for funding, for talent, but then we decided to have concerns about the market itself. No matter how big of a scale project we were able to participate in, we just found out that there weren't legislation about the electric vessels that we wanted to create. So in other words, the vessels that we're creating were illegal. So then we started to ask government institutions, ministries to create laws and regulations for these new innovative electric vessels. So that was another crisis that surfaced. And right now we're in the middle of overcoming that crisis. And within this year, I am aware that the first legislation related to hydrogen-powered vessels is being drafted right now. And there were bigger crises. It didn't just end here. We succeeded in some of the biggest projects in Korea in relation to hydrogen-powered ships. So we wanted to attract the next round of investments, scale up even more. Now, the problem was engineers, investors in Korea didn't have an overall trust in engineers from Korea. When we talked with these investors, they would say, but Korean engineers lag behind compared to European engineers. I mean, somebody in the US, somebody in the EU would have come up with the idea first. That's what investors said. So it was like a preconceived notion, and it was very difficult for us to challenge that and to change that perspective of Korean investors. Because investors would say, I mean, if that idea is so innovative, then somebody in Europe, in the US, would have come up with it first. So maybe that's not a good idea. So we turned our eyes to overseas. And when we talked with overseas investors, they told us this was a much needed idea. We really wanted to start this idea and get it off the ground, but there wasn't a right company. So this is a great idea and we value your idea. This was the response that we got from overseas investors. Right now, we have 38 employees. And these employees all live in different districts, but come to Jeonnam on Monday morning. Our employees come from Jeju, Seoul, so all over the country. So this shows what we are preparing right now. The IMO gave us a guideline on what they want for hydrogen-powered vessels. So we are in the stage of commercializing these ideas and designs. Recently, we acquired the AIP certification for Korea's first fuel cell power system. And the first in the world was from a company in Canada, and we were the second in the world and the first from Korea. Now, the power of this one-page certificate is truly insurmountable. Large companies, large shipping companies all around the world are contacting us from looking at the certification. So we are going through safety testing right now, and after we finish with the testing of safety, we'll be able to commercialize this. Fuel cell is the crux of our business. Right now, when it comes to fuel cell, Korea is the leading market in the world. Hyundai Motors has done an outstanding job. A lot of fuel cell manufacturers are in Korea. So it's not difficult for Korea to create an advanced stack, fuel cell stack. And to operate a battery, there's a lot of other components that are needed. A lot of these other parts can be produced locally, so we do have a stable supply chain to supply and manufacture these batteries. Now, people overseas know about this great strength of Korea, but Koreans seem to not know about this. So when we approach shipping companies overseas and pitch our idea, they look at us in great interest and trust us because we're a Korean company. But then when we go to Korean investors ask us, well, where are you going to get the materials, the raw materials and the parts for these batteries? But then I want to stress, we are number one in the world when it comes to batteries, fuel cells, and shipbuilding. We're the only country in the world to have such great power. So with all of this technology, we are creating ships. We manufacture small ships. This picture you're looking at is the first hydrogen-powered ship in Korea that is currently in testing operations. And Korea is the only country to have performed such a project. So this is a great base for us to talk about our ideas with overseas investors. And we're scaling up the ships that we produce. As you can see from this picture, that ship is going to be constructed by the end of next year. And it's going to be better for us in terms of promotion as well. And that is a hydrogen fuel cell powered water surface cleaning ship. Energy Observer project is something that France had 4 years ago, and now we're planning to have a K Energy Observer project. This means using pure hydrogen to create energy to power ships. And Vincent is organizing the project right now and designing the motors. I think that this slide is truly going to change the world. Right now, there's around 1,300 tugboats in Korea and many more around the world. The horsepower of the engines in tugboats are currently 5,000 horsepower. And we are going to make tugboats powered from fuel cells. And it's going to be powered by 3 megawatt electric motors. This is a retrofit project. I've been talking about how to manufacture new ships, but I want to stress that 95% of CO2 coming from marine logistics is what the world is focusing on to decrease. Energy companies in France were interested in this. Shell was interested in this. So Vincent also started taking interest. So basically, we get pre-existing ships, take out its generator, and then replace it with the fuel cell from Vincent. This is also a project that's in development since last year. It's ongoing. Next year, we are going to have the approval for this, and it will be commercially licensed. It's a 180-meter tanker, and it will be powered with a 7.5 megawatt motor. It's an ongoing project, I stress once again. And once this project is completed, then it's going to truly change the industry. Because right now, large shipping companies operate around 100, 200 to 300 ships. But from next year, there's going to be something called the CO2 credit and carbon tax. So if shipping companies can own one zero carbon ship, they can convert this to carbon credit, which will give them the certification to operate other additional ships. And right now, the generated wind energy, if it's not used, all gets thrown out, so it's not fully stored. We're cooperating with Sembcorp Marine from Singapore, and we are developing a power generating system to save excess energy coming from offshore wind turbines by using ammonia to save the excess energy, cracking it with hydrogen, and creating 2 megawatts of electricity. Of course, it's not efficient at all, but the fact that this technology can save energy that's actually going to waste in itself is a good idea. So we're participating in this project. So I've laid out some representative projects that we have right now. Hydrogen fuel cell and technology with hydrogen fuel cell is something that we're focusing on right now. We buy separate devices right now to create all of this technology. And when we were making investor relations, all of the investors were asking us, well, if you're not manufacturing these motors and these critical parts, what does Vincent actually do? So that was what we heard from Korean investors. But overseas investors were keen on our idea, and overseas investors told us that without Vincent, we couldn't actually equip ships with fuel cells. So what this means is that there are fuel cell manufacturers for ships right now, but they're just experts in creating fuel cells. They don't have any knowledge on the legislations, the regulations related with ship fuel cell. So basically, Vincent is a connector between all of these manufacturers and technology innovators. So global fuel cell manufacturers right now are coming to us and saying that they want to supply us with their fuel cells, which is quite ironic, paradoxical. And also, the pre-existing fuel cells, a lot of them don't meet IMO standards, so new fuel cells are being made right now. So what I want to stress here today, we see a lot of people here from the fund of funds, startups. I want to ask you to have faith in domestic technologies. I think a lot of people have preconceived notions about Korea manufacturing industry. So it was always a concern for me when I thought that we only had to go overseas to get investment. I mean, we are located in Jeonnam, which is a quite remote region, and we are in shipbuilding, manufacturing, which are the areas that investors try to avoid the most. But we are bringing new technology into these areas to make sure that this industry can venture out into global markets. And right now, a lot of doors overseas have opened up for us. And in maritime fuel cell, we have secured the most amount of orders globally. I've been talking about 2 megawatts of motors, and this ranks #1 in the world. And our engineering talent is also great. People from world-renowned Korean companies like Day2 Engineering, Hyundai Engineering are working in this company right now, Vincent. So I want to ask investors, people from fund of funds, people from startups in Korea, please have faith in the power of Korean technology, and let's all pull through together. Thank you.
대표님, 저희가
Thank you for your presentation. I think if anybody wants to know more about Vincent, you can just send that link to them straight away. In the afternoon, we have planned for 11 startups to give their pitch to you. We'll go for a lunch break and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
네, 잠시 후 2시부터 행사가 시작될.
We'll be starting the session at 2 p.m. If there is anybody outside in the lobby, I'd like to ask that you be seated within the conference hall. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting our session at 2 p.m. If there is anybody outside in the lobby, please do join us here in the conference hall.
준비되셨나요? 됐나요? 네, 오랜 시간 기다리셨습니다.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for waiting for such a long time. Now we are moving on to the pitches from the startups. Our first company will introduce to you a filler for the dermatologists. Now I'd like to invite the CEO of Rose Lab. They are currently under clinical testing and many other activities. Please welcome him with a round of applause. I guess people aren't here yet because I am the first person to present. I've only been allotted 12 minutes, so I will try to go through my slides very quickly. Sorry if I speak too quickly. Hi, I'm the CEO of Rose Lab. I'd like to thank all the participants for joining us today, and I will jump right into my presentation. As you can see from the name of our company, we have the beautiful rose and the lab where the experiments happen. In order to have a beautiful life, we support those efforts through our activities. We are the first company to have developed a biostimulator. A biostimulator is a biomaterial that creates research for skin-related medical devices, and we are waiting for the FDA approval. Now I'd like to take you through the market landscape. For those of you in the skin and beauty market, we have a annual growth rate of 12%. Also, along with this strong growth rate, with the K-wave in the background, K-beauty has become a sector that holds a lot of promise. Fillers and Botox, which are the main materials that are used in the dermatology market, we see that they also have a very strong growth rate. Botox also has a very strong annual growth rate as well. All of these positive numbers are thanks to the changes in the plastic surgery market. Many people have become more and more interested in plastic surgery. They are more interested in medical procedures that do not require much downtime. And many people are taking mixed approaches. There also has been a growth in systems of hospitals that is also contributing to this positive growth. As you can see, the medical device market is very wide. Now we are not only looking for very simple procedures that are brought by Botox and fillers, people are looking for more complex procedures. These products that you see are products that are used instead of Botox and fillers. Our Rose Lab's next generation biostimulator is able to create this innovative procedure in the market. Now I want to talk about shots that were used in dermatology. After the advent of the collagen shot, with biomolecule material, we see a lot of materials that are being created in the market that are innovative. Currently, we call all of these products biostimulators. The RMP221 is one of our products that is able to take away all the demerits of the previous medical procedures. All of these shots are created in order to get rid of the side effects of previous medical procedures, and we call this anti-aging procedures. Fillers are about 25 micromillimeters. If fillers are smaller than that size, it is difficult to maintain the volume in the skin because it would be absorbed by the body. That's why we have kept the size as such, but such big sizes actually has many side effects. There could be pain, or there could also be nodes. So when we insert it deep into the subcutaneous tissue, that could be very harmful for the skin. So for these high molecule materials, they would be put into the derma. But due to issues, we are not able to do that. You can see that sometimes the skin dies out or other side effects happen, and this happens 8% of the time. If we look at the alternatives to fillers, there was a $15 billion market for alternative procedures. As the CEO of Rose Lab, I have been a doctor in plastic surgery for the past 25 years. So as someone who develops this product, I will not forget what it is like being in the field. Also, with my clinical experience, I have developed this product. And I'd also try to solve the problem of where these fillers can go in, as well as the side effects of high molecule fillers. Hence our product, the biostimulator. Now I'd like to take you through the core technology. Our biostimulator has 3 goals in mind when we were developing them. First of all, we wanted it to make one molecule smaller than 1 micrometer. The reason that these characteristics are important is because that is directly linked to collagen generation. The second thing we also looked at is the thermosensitive liquid. Thirdly, we wanted to ensure that it can create collagen in the epidermis. Looking at the physical characteristics of our biostimulator, we needed to make it injected with a small injector so that there is less pain. The polycoaptor is a biomaterial that has been approved by the FDA. Our company looks at the raw material all the way to the manufacturing process. You can see the electronic microscope picture here. And these molecules are 200 times smaller than the previous molecules. And you can see that it has very small particles. This is the contents that were presented in the 2012 academic conferences. We also looked at the biostimulator's liquidity. It is responsive to temperatures, and once it reaches a temperature that is right for the skin, then it is injected into the skin. Also, as a hydrogel, it has properties that makes it easy to inject. I'd also like to share some animal testing that we did. You can look at the left. Compared to other materials, you can see that our product can spread very well easily because of its thermal sensitivity. We were able to create a hydro type product, and it also has the matrix structure. And this makes it possible for it to be injected into the skin. As I said before, we do not use CMC because it is a hydrogel. You can see that collagen is created. This is the results from our third goal. After animal testing, we checked after 2 weeks. We were able to color the skin of the animal, and you can see that previously there was not much collagen generated. But you can see on the left that a lot of collagen has been generated because of our product. You can see the circled part is very blue. That is where the collagen production has happened. This is for the 4 weeks results. You can see that a lot of collagen has been created as marked in blue. And this is the results from the experiments in regards to collagen generation. You can see that our products do much better, perform much better than previous materials. If you look at the industry and our competitors, If you look at the position of the injection or the size of the molecule of our product is much better than what is previously available in the market. However, this has not been commercialized in the Korean market yet. We are creating and manufacturing our own products compared to our competitors. Therefore, we are able to make our product very profitable. In regards to selecting the product, it depends on the doctor, especially the doctors who own hospitals. And they also are very conservative, so they look at the safety standards. Therefore, even if we are able to commercialize our product, it takes a while to be distributed in the market. If we are able to create data from experiments, it will help hospitals decide on using our products. Therefore, we are using our current network of plastic surgeons in order to get into the market. I'd also like to talk about our pipeline. Our tissue repair products can create collagen, and we see that the products are quite effective. And we are able to develop tissue repair material in the future to help bone areas. Hair loss is also a big industry. Hair follicle growth is the next thing in the hair loss industry, and our company is creating materials that can fit these needs. We are creating products that can have high life length in terms of the cells. Now, I'd like to share the team. I am the CEO. I have been a plastic surgeon for the past 25 years. And we have our management who has experience in the cost duct, as well as 5 specialists who are experts on the high molecule material. We also have Professor Kim, who is helping from Konkuk University. That's all for my slides. Our Rose Lab is looking for clinical testing, and we also make sure to keep the consumers in mind when we are developing our products. We will continue to create innovative products. Thank you.
대표님 발표 감사합니다. 핵심 제품뿐만 아니라 다양한
Thank you, CEO Lee. I think we have a lot of things to look forward to. Let me go on to introduce our next company. We were very selective in the process of choosing who to present. I don't think it's
It's a company that gives a lot of hope for people suffering from hair loss. It's a startup that creates a lot of medical solutions for hair loss patients in an innovative way. The company's whole pipeline is focused on hair loss patients.
Hi, I'm CFO Lee Sang-min from Epi Biotech. Our company is very serious about hair loss. It seems like everybody has something in the pipeline for hair loss, but our company is all about hair loss. That just goes to show how focused we are on hair loss. So let me start with the introduction of our company. We're one of the only companies in Korea that is focused on hair loss 100%. There are many reasons behind hair loss. Why are there only 3 types? What is the side effects of hair loss treatment? Also, how are we going to solve the issue of high costs? Why do we have to take hair loss medication every day? These are some of the questions that we have in mind, and we have many products in the pipeline. We are the owner of innovative technology on hair growth, and we also have many things in the pipeline. I'd like to give you a brief history of our company. We were created in 2015, and in 2018, we became a Series A startup. And we also got our Series B investment in 2021. Some of our investors include the Korea Startup Association, MMI, and Dow Investment. And these companies are continuing their investment in our company. I'd like to introduce our team. You can see here, this is our CEO. He is a professor of pharmaceuticals at Yonsei University. What's more important is that he's from Jeonju. So he is actually here in his hometown. Also, we have directors who are in charge of the management and business part, as well as myself, the CFO. I'd like to share our core technology. Earlier, the presenter talked about hair dermapapilla cells, and our company is also focused on this area as well. We have created hair follicle labs as well as core technology surrounding this area. Since this is a very innovative area, I think we have a good chance of having our patents registered overseas. Now we can also talk about the iPS-MSC stem cell treatment. We are currently in the midst of experiments. We also have gene engineering capability with CRISPR. With Professor Kim Hyung-bum at Yonsei University, we are able to identify and find genetic safe harbors. And in order for these genes to go to the target and operate well, we are working with genome-related fields. Now I'd like to talk about the target gene. We call this the hair eye. We have this hair eye in the experiment pipeline, and this is basically a AI system where we can search whether the process we are looking for exists. Now I'd like to talk about the hair loss market. Due to an aging society, we have an increasing population who is losing their hair, and more young people are losing their hair. Also, COVID-19 has shown that it can create hair loss. Also, many people who are hair loss patients but are not aware of it are quite a bit as well. And we believe that this market will continue to grow. So we need to create treatments that is effective for each of those causes. There are two different pillars in the market: hair, putting in new hairs, as well as using medication. All of these treatments have their own side effects. For example, hair transplants can only be done once or twice a year in a lifetime. It can be a lot of pressure for someone to take this treatment because it has such side effects. So in order to solve these side effects, we are using many pipelines to solve this problem. You can see in the slides the EPI-001, which is in relation to hair dermal papilla cells. EPI-002 is a low molecule material. In order to solve these issues, we have many different types of pipelines, and we are diversifying our pipeline. Let me introduce you to the products in our pipeline. We have antibody solutions, cell solutions, and low molecule solutions. Compared to the previous treatments, we want to decrease the side effects. We try to target androgen hair loss. This is mainly for female patients. For EPI-005, this is for alopecia and androgen hair loss. Compared to the medication market, we believe that this is a very competitive field, so we want to make sure we have a product in this area. I'll talk about EPI-001, which we have a lot of developments in. Dermal papilla cells is very healthy for the hair, and we want to create a hair cycle that is healthy. We believe that DPC cells create hair loss when they age. There are many different ways to do this. We bring the hair follicle out of the healthy areas and we plant that into the unhealthy hair areas, and that will create hair follicles in that area. We are in the early stages of the clinical testing, and the results look great. And we will start the first stage of the clinical tests next year in the first half. Let me talk about the core technologies. Our excellent DPC technology is one of them. Since the DPC is very difficult to divide and grow, we are able to create many cells out of one, and that brings us the scale of economy. And we have put our papers in the journals that are SCI level and above. In our cell treatment, we need to manufacture stem cells. And I think if we are able to get that approval, we can manufacture them in our own facilities. Now let me take you through the goals that we have in mind at the end of the day. We want to be able to allow patients to get their own DPCs from their own head to plant in the areas that they want more hair. Another thing we are looking into is for people to get hair transplants from other people. This will probably have a better success rate than the previous procedures that we have available in the market. So the cell healthiness or how long it can be retained are some of the factors that we look at. Now I want to take you through the EPI-002 pipeline. The low molecular material, this was actually used for patients who have mental health issues, but it was accidentally found that it is good for female alopecia. This is basically a product that can be put on the head to grow hair. And you can see that the hair is growing. And During these times of hair loss, when people are able to use this medication, it can be very useful for female alopecia patients. Now I'd like to talk about EPI-005. This is in regards to antibody treatments. For male hair loss patients, cytokine is very high and the scalp becomes very thick, which increases the level of cytokine that brings about hair loss. We are trying to solve these issues with antibody treatments, and inflammatory factors are reduced with our product. This is very technical, so let me just move on. So let's go back to the questions that I asked you at the beginning of the sessions. There are many different causes and symptoms of hair loss. Why are there only 3 types of treatments? Our company is offering cell treatment, antibody treatment, as well as low molecule material treatment. Stem cell treatment costs 6 million won, but we are trying to create a treatment for a fifth of that price. Rather than taking medication every day, we are looking to make injection treatments available for people who only want to take them once every 1 or 3 months. Also, in order to solve the side effects, our products have very low poisonous level because it is only injected in a very small area. So these are all of the side effects and different diverse products we have in our pipeline. Let me take you through the plans we have for the future. We have, as I said before, cell treatment, antibody treatment, and we are always considering licensing. So I want to make sure that I let you know that. We are going to increase CMO business. We think that the CRO business has very good potential in terms of profitability, so we are going to push forward with this part of our business. Within this year, if everything goes according to plan, we want to bring this to the market, into the clinical test, and we are aiming to go public within the next year.
Thank you for your remarks. We saw how you're so passionate about your business, about hair loss. I feel like my hair is growing as I listen to you. Next, I will introduce a new drug development startup. It uses peptides which have low toxicity and creates anti-cancer drugs. From the very beginning of its start, it was created with a clear purpose and a clear plan. Therefore, from clinical trials to R&D to follow-up funding, it is growing rapidly with great innovation. I'd like to welcome Won Mi-sun from CureGen. Hello, I am the CTO of CureGen, Won Mi-sun. I'm honored to have this opportunity to introduce our business, which is quite small as of now. So it is a research-based startup. This means that it gets the help from private companies in terms of funding and the research of public research centers. The first startup to get this funding was called veau, and we were able to get such funding in 2020 as the 1000th research startup. And we do know that we have a great sense of responsibility on our shoulders, and we are doing the very best right now to grow our company. So we own a company that has added together the technology to create new anti-cancer drugs, and the technology of iCure. Right now, there's 8 employees. We were only established a year to 2 years ago, so it's a very new company. And compared to the presenter that came before me, we do have a long way to go. We do have many more achievements to make, but we do have belief that we could create a new anti-cancer drug, and that's why I'm standing here in front of you. We finished Series A funding. We got the investment of 50.5 trillion won, and we are currently in charge of 2 national projects and doing all we can to develop innovative new drugs. Our CEO is Choi Young-gon and also Jang Kwon-young. And we have 2 research centers, one in Seoul and one in Daejeon, which are closely collaborating with one another. So our vision is to use our core technology to change and utilize a lot of important data to help people and to innovate a global anti-cancer drug, and ultimately to create more happiness for people and get rid of cancer, which is one of the biggest barriers for people on their way to happiness. So we utilize novel targets and mechanisms and focus on cancers that do not have a specific treatment as of now, so incurable or rare cancers. And to enhance the effectiveness of antibody drugs, we use companion diagnostic markers. So we use markers to enhance effectiveness. So all the technologies that we have are listed on this slide. We have technology to develop biomarkers and also to develop anti-cancer drugs and screening technologies for various medicine, to name a few. Utilizing these technologies, we get advice from a lot of experts in this field, and we collaborate, and also we get help from the parent company, ICO. And our current target is rare and incurable cancer, so we use fast track, such as peptide anti-cancer drugs and low molecule anti-cancer drugs. So this is the pipeline. We have peptide anti-cancer drugs and also low molecule chemical compound anti-cancer drugs. I will be talking about peptide right now. As you know, peptide is consisted of 2 to 50 amino acid, and it is already in our bodies. As we develop peptides into medicines, the biggest strength is that compared to low molecule compounds, it is more effective and it shows less side effects in people. Also, people use it a lot as anti-cancer drugs, and compared to other forms of anti-cancer drugs, it's more effective and easier to manufacture. A lot of side effects from anti-cancer drugs come from proteins, and this could actually lead to worsening the cancer symptoms. Therefore, peptides are very effective in reducing such side effects. So when 2 proteins take effect, the peptide acts in the middle and sticks to the protein to to make sure that no adverse effects come from the compound. So to develop the peptide anti-cancer drug, we searched for a lot of different types of protein, and we came across VGLL1. This protein is found a lot in cancer cells. And we see the adverse effects from proteins in cancer drugs through certain complexities, especially the VGLL1 S84 and TED4's workings. So we decided to create a peptide that would decrease the combination of these two factors that I just mentioned. And we went ahead with animal testing and found out that when we used peptide, the size of tumors reduced. And we did animal testing in mouses, and we saw that when we used peptides that we had developed, the cancer cells did not spread. So, and we also got to know about the important genetic factors that led to the metastasis of cancer cells through this animal testing. And through all of this testing, we got to know about which adverse factors are related to VGLL1S84. And we are now testing if the peptide anti-cancer drugs can go as far as to treat these cancer cells. Now you see the red in the picture on the screen. Those are the proteins that are being targeted, and we found out that when we use peptides, those areas decreased. And you also see through that picture how the cancer cells are not increasing and multiplying. So the impact of peptide can be seen within the cells, and and we're also seeing if peptides can have impact outside of these cancer cells. And we saw a chemical effect, phosphorylation. So we tried to figure out which areas are impacted by this through testing as well. So we have chosen peptide drug OCG 010713 as the peptide drug of our choice. We have decided to change the form of the peptide a bit. So this is in its preparation stages. And right now we are trying to have two forms of the peptide drug. One is for injection into IV, and the second is for oral drugs. And one is in its clinical trial, one is not yet. So we are testing the effectiveness of the drugs right now. And the peptide that we have discovered right now also sticks to cancer cells very well. So it has been proven effective. And we also conducted animal testing, like I mentioned, and saw with our own eyes that through animal testing, the amount of harmful proteins decreased. So we are focusing on progressive gastric cancer, triple-negative breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, and lung cancer, all of which are known to be rare and incurable cancer. And we are also thinking of using these peptide drugs as not the only treatment. A lot of other treatments used in parallel could be very effective. Also, some cancers have genetic plays, like especially the lung cancer. And there is a treatment for it right now, but it is not really effective. Therefore, we are thinking of this as a targeted therapy, as progressive lung cancer is very hard to treat right now and is seen as incurable cancer. So I want to mention that we have a lot of biomarkers that we are finding and we're testing right now. So if we do find a companion diagnostic marker, we will be able to create an innovative, customized anti-cancer drug that can work well as targeted therapy. So right now, I mentioned that we focused on many cancers as our target: progressive gastric cancer, triple negative breast cancer. We're focusing on IV form of injection. And these are rare, incurable cancer. So it's applicable for fast track in the US, which means that all the process up to the second clinical trial and approval can be done in a much more rapid way than other medicine. So we are right now focusing on gastric cancer, pancreatic cancer. So I explained all about this. Right now, a lot of medical attention is going to anti-cancer drugs. When we look at the medical market, we can see that it has a lot of profitability. Every year, the market is increasing by 12%. And also, currently, the approval trend of FDA in the US has been focused on rare, incurable diseases and a lot of anti-cancer drugs. So it means that approval is also quite easy. Therefore, it is our hope that our medicine will be approved soon with a fast track. And I want to talk about the target market. I already mentioned progressive gastric cancer, negative breast cancer. These diseases are also spreading as well, so we wish to quickly develop the medicine to help a lot of people suffering and in need. So what is our business strategy? We wanted to create an innovative peptide anti-cancer drug that was never seen before in the market. Also, we wanted to make sure that people could consume it in their daily lives, so orally. So we have created an oral absorption enhancement drug delivery system. Right now, other companies are also joining us in this effort, and we are second in the race to developing a fully effective peptide anti-cancer drug. So we have been cooperating with the University of Yonsei's Medical Center as well as Korea universities and Ewha Women's Universities, as we have signed MOUs. And iCure, our parent company, has always supported us, and we also have a diverse international network. And through such network, we believe that we will be able to start clinical trials of our peptide medicine in the US. So to talk about our midterm to long-term growth plan, you can see the status of the clinical trials and the development of drugs. In 2024, we will go through 1A and 2A. And for the oral consumption drugs, it will go through non-clinical trial in 2024. So when we finish 2A, which focuses on IV injection, we will have the license from the US, and we have the plan to announce IPO at that point. We are also in efforts to develop other treatments in parallel, and we're focusing on ODD, so treatments for rare incurable cancers and other drugs. This is all. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Director Won Mi-sun. Yes, you can step up the stage. So let me move on to the next company. It's a company that stands out anywhere it goes. I think the previous company we heard from developed hair loss medical solutions. Now, this company focuses on solving hair loss through habits. It has an app, Bayabas. I will welcome the CEO to the stage right now, Lee Sang-min. Hello, everybody. We are currently developing Bayabas, which is an online AI-based hair loss prevention application. So we have other companies focusing on hair loss here, which is quite interesting. 47% of people suffering from hair loss don't manage hair loss. There's not a lot of people that know about these symptoms, and 63% of people suffering from hair loss have mental problems and psychological problems. There's a prime time to solve hair loss. It's important to treat the hair roots before it's too late. Therefore, we focused on each and every one of the current existing hair loss solutions. And we are going to introduce a sustainable way of managing hair loss. So previously, information about hair loss was not widespread. Consumers did not have accurate information, and this was the biggest problem that we thought was in the society. People did not focus on improving hair loss universally. People did not have customized and tailored hair loss information, and that's why people do not trust hair loss solutions right now. We are partnered with a company in Japan that has researched hair loss for 48 years, so we're going to revolutionize hair loss treatment. We will provide customers with detailed descriptions on how to use hair loss solutions and how to change their habits to manage hair loss. You will be able to manage hair loss at home easily and effectively. Right now, our application is in Apple Store and Google Store, and it's also being developed right now continuously. So there's 3 main parts in our application. We are a habits-based solution provider. There's a lot of different reasons why people suffer from hair loss. So we aptly diagnose the reason, and we try to solve the problems one by one, from the biggest problem to the least problem. And we figure out people's bad habits that lead to hair loss and try to solve that. If there's a complicated process for people to follow through, it would be very difficult for them to manage hair loss, right? So we have made sure that you can put in information about your hair loss symptoms through just a click in your phone. Hair loss reasons and causes are different from people to people, so we have to look at the food people eat, the kind of lifestyle habits people have, the drinking problems. So it's truly a customer-centered application. You can go to offline and online centers, which is the goal that we have right now. We have the plan to make a 1-month subscription system. Professor Ju Chul-min from Yonsei University has collaborated with us to provide technology to enhance hair loss diagnostics cameras. And we see that we will be able to commercialize this by the end of this year. It can be simply attached to your phones. We invest a lot in R&D. We have 13 patients right now. patents right now. And we have 3 trademarks right now. So what we focus on, we want to make sure that customers don't have to go through a hassle to put in information about their symptoms. So we use AI. With Lemon Cloud, we cooperate and build data on how to make all of this easily accessible. Also, we are planning to get big data on hair loss by the end of this year. And in collaboration with Dongguk University, we are advancing the current AI model that we have. So this is the collaboration that we have right now. When you take a picture of your head with a camera, then you can know straight away how severe your symptoms are. And this can be done with one camera. So we create a score to show people if their hair loss symptoms are getting better or worse. Also, we have created 200 independent solutions for hair loss. And we have access to information of 300,000 hair loss patients in collaboration with the Japanese company, and we are advancing our AI platform like I mentioned. We are looking at various technological trends and have big data as well. Through co-research, we are also planning to introduce a Japanese app as well called Kamirari. So we're currently coming up with a lot of diverse content that are easily accessible for ordinary people, and we will continue to advance and develop this service. Our R&D technology is to always focus on our core technology, but also to utilize a lot of other researchers, external researchers that can help us along the process. I mentioned that we are working with a professor from Yonsei University, and we will continue to do this. So the hair loss treatment market is growing rapidly. The number of people that manage hair loss at home has grown by 300-fold, and we believe that this number will increase in the future. How do we differentiate ourselves from our competitors? These other startups have various ways to diagnose hair loss and to manage hair loss. But our whole motto is that hair loss cannot be solved by just one treatment, one cosmetics product alone. You need good habits, 6 months of effort to really see an improvement in hair loss. So this is the message that we have, and that sets us apart from our competitors. This is our business model. We want to provide a 1-month subscription service for people to utilize. So we are going to collect data from hair loss patients, and this will be used as source data for other companies that might be interested in all of the data. Also, we will expand into countries like Japan and other overseas markets and earn more licenses there as our B2B model. We also target women in their 30s and 40s. You might think why? It's because women in their 30s and 40s have a lot of decisive power over which treatment to decide, 60%, in fact. Also, millennials and Gen Z can start hair loss prevention at an early age. If we can appeal to these younger consumers, then we believe we will be able to expand the market. Now, Reeve 21 was established 48 years ago. It is one of the largest hair care centers in Japan, and we have signed a contract to get data from that center. Recently, I think women would know about this app, Pink Diary. It has 4 million users. And we are partnered with this application. It's for women to check their menstrual cycles and pregnancy-related symptoms. And we're also focused on the global market, especially the Japanese market and the Asian market. We are planning various collaborations and partnerships, and also not to mention the North American market and European market. We launched our service in August 2021. After that, we went through beta stage, and we commercialized our service this year in August. And we plan to also expand to overseas markets within this year and get more profit overseas. In 2021, we got the initial round of funds and were able to expand the company more. We were valued at 1 billion won, and we're currently in discussion of more projects with more organizations, and we will create a joint venture and expand into the Asian market. So I wanted to show you this slide because it shows that we have great interest in R&D. I majored in computer engineering, and I worked in a computer company for a long time. Now I am the CEO of a hair loss treatment company, and previously I also worked in a hair loss treatment company. So therefore, I believe that I have expertise myself in hair loss treatment. Also, I have experience of putting out various hair loss related products in the market and seeing the response from the customers. We have the best talents fit for this industry. We have talents and professionals that can create the right application, and also people who majored in biology, studied and researched in biology research institutions. We also are partnering with Professor Kim Ji-hee from Dongguk University and Professor Ju Chul-min from Yonsei University. If you change your habits, then you can treat hair loss. This is something that we firmly believe in. We will continue to grow with our beliefs. Thank you.
대표님.
Thank you for your presentation. Is the Hayaba what I think it is? Sorry, that makes me look really old. Yes, so I hope that everybody has a lot of hair growth in their future. The next startup I'd like to introduce is a company that uses VR and AR technology. They provide training to medical staff. Health on Cloud is the next startup. I'm sure you all know that K-Health is the next up-and-coming industry. But for countries that have a low population density, it is difficult to foster medical staff. So keeping in mind the K-wave and the K-Health wave, this company aims to expand into the global market with their services. I'd like to invite Mr. Chun Dong-ho. Hi, I'm Chun Dong-ho from Health Cloud. Our company works with very high-level hospitals in order to provide remote telemedicine. At the end of the day, we want to create a borderless service to service everybody around the world. We are a small company that was founded 1 year ago in September, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Let me get started with my presentation. We want to provide healthcare solutions on our single platform. There are two main pillars. We provide a Metaversity campus that provides training to medical staff. We also have a cloud hospital for medical staff and other employees in hospitals. We use AR and VR technology to provide training. We also aim to provide contents on our platform. Also, with our services, we want to provide diagnostic services as well. We don't look at only the Korean market as our potential market. We want to make our medical services accessible through telemedicine to anybody who has accessibility issues. We want to provide this Metaversity service in order to decrease the gap in medical services that people receive. The Metaversity platform that we have created targets South Asian markets as well as European and North American markets. And we are also looking to get certified in various areas. Professors of medical staff are able to share their contents on our platform. We are also able to take 360 degrees videos of surgical processes, which allows people to learn more effectively. Lastly, VR simulation contents for training medical staff is one of the services that we offer. There are Excel simulations for nurses and CPR simulations. Our cloud hospital is a telemedicine platform, and we create a hospital training institution online. For patients who are getting treated overseas, they have to send their medical records to a hospital in that country in order to get their treatment. In this case, many patients know only what country they are going to. They do not know which hospital they will be treated at. So in order to solve this problem, we want to become a gateway for patients to be able to get treated on their way out of Korea. Europe, Central Asia, and South America are our potential markets. And all of these patients can get serviced from Smart Hospital Alliance. Let me get into more details about what Smart Hospital Alliance is. We created this Smart Hospital Alliance to bring together emerging countries and developing countries to heighten the clinical testing levels. And we aim to go service the entire world. The hospitals that are in this alliance are expert institutions, and they are spread across the world. Once our second round of Smart Hospital Alliance is created, many leading hospitals will be able to join the alliance. Our AR hospitals are able to join the alliance, and many patients will be able to be serviced. And following this, our company aims to bring down the walls of the conservative previous traditional medical industry, and we created this International Medical Healthcare Metaverse Conference. We had over 100 institutions joining. We work with various institutions to create a network that can bring together many specialists and hospitals. IT companies as well as XR companies were able to join, and we plan to have this conference next year as well, so please do join us. Please do look for us online if you would like to know more details. From 2023, our company aims to go with the Smart Hospital Alliance to create the international CPR competition. We believe that many institutions from the US, Singapore, UK, Spain will join, and each of these countries will lead the efforts in the CPR training, and even high schools will join the effort. Thank you so much for bringing me to this presentation, and I am honored to be able to give this presentation. I hope that our company continues to grow so that you can hear our news in the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director from Healthon. We will have a 10-minute break and return to listen to presentations from 6 more startups. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Next, I want to introduce a unique startup. It's an innovative startup that connects farmers and drone pest controllers. I think this might seem quite unfamiliar. As labor shortages in agricultural areas continue, drone pest control is increasingly used. It's difficult to match farmers with pest controllers on site, and there is great information asymmetry. Joint order is placed by grouping small farmlands. Also, an automized result report process is in development as well. We will invite Director Kim Hak-jun from the Dash. Please greet him with a big round of applause. Hello, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me once again. And every time I come up on this stage, it's very nerve-wracking. I'll do my best to introduce our business. We want to solve labor shortages in the agricultural fields with special information-based drone pest control. So basically, it's using drones to spray pesticides in farmlands. This leads to better environmental results. Every year, pest control is needed, and in a year, about more than 30 billion pyong of land needs pest control. And using drones, we can spray pesticide using less people faster through drones. And in Korea, there's a lot of small farmlands. So farmers, cooperatives, or local governments also provide support to link pest controllers with farmland and farmers. So previously, an actual paper map needed to be used for pest control. Now, this takes a lot of time to go through the administrative process, and it's difficult to remotely control all of the pest control process. So a lot of labor was needed. Therefore, we first introduced Dronia 1.0. And if we upload the farm data on a digital app, and a farmer uploads which parts need to be subject for drone pest control, then the order is made. Also, while the drone is spraying the pesticides, people can check the process online, and also an automatic report is created and sent. Through this, around 1,700 drone operators are currently participating, and we are supporting this digital transformation. Right now, as we have many drone operators working with us in service, we're trying to commercialize this in big scale. So I talked about how pest control is being done right now. And our plan is to make a joint order possible by grouping small farm areas. If this is done, then people will need to do pest control only once or twice a year. And if farmers want to do more pest control, then in the past they had to request it separately. But when this happened, because the farmlands independently were very small, it was difficult for the farmers to pay for the cost and also get the right service. Also, it was difficult for farmers to get matched with pest controllers. Therefore, we decided to use this Dronia system to not only digitally transform, but make sure that farmers could put in joint orders easily. So first, we acquire drone operators and also the farmlands that need the work done. Farmers can know which areas are being serviced. So we have two models, and the farmers can simply type in what kind of work is needed, what is the land area, and how difficult will it be. They put this up on a bulletin board, and the drone operators can decide which work they want to provide. And once the work is done, a database result report is put out, which leads to payment. So this will be much more economical, as a bigger joint order will be possible also. Drone operators can, of course, work more. And once you use this service, 10 hours worth of work will be reduced to 1 hour's worth of work. With just one click, you will be able to get a result report, which leads trust between entities and more data to be accumulated for improving future services. The biggest competitors that we have is the pest control provided by agricultural cooperatives like 농협. But we believe that we can work in cooperation with agricultural cooperatives. And the SOM right now is around 380 billion won, and the SAM is 3.2 trillion won. Next year, we will grow the market more and also enter into the smart agricultural market and grow the market even more. We directly link the farmers and the drone operators, and this can be a good platform for operators to find work. We also get commission for the work that we connect, and the commission fee is around 5%, which is quite low. Also, other freelance pest controllers can use our platform to find work, and the commission fee for that is around 10%. We have various partners, and we have partnered up with regional agricultural cooperatives, and people can use our platform to upload orders themselves, so customized orders. Also, sellers of pesticides can use our platform to sell their products. Up until this year, we will provide most of our work free of charge to increase our customer base, and from next year, we will start monetizing off this service. We are consisted of IT experts and experts in agriculture. We also get the help of many partnering companies. In 2021, drone service administration work improvement was what we focused on. And this year, we have launched a commercial service in collaboration with agricultural cooperatives. Next year, we will go further from spraying pesticides and reach into other services. And in 2024, we will also increase our services to dispatch directors and provide rice planting services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim from the Dash. Now I'd like to introduce a startup that is in the parking business. This company analyzes data from parking lots in residential areas for data collection. Meerkats are animals that surveil the area, and they usually live in savannah. So I'd like to invite CEO Chu Myung-gyu of 7 Meerkat. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our company name, 7 Meerkat, comes from 7, which is 7 days of the week. And as the MC said, meerkats are animals that surveil areas. And this is what we are about. We want to be in the residential areas with people. We have been established for 3 years, and I'd like to take you through the history of our company. When I was an employee at a company, I felt that after the iPhone, the electric vehicle will be the next big thing. Now we are going to have autonomous vehicles also. And when we move into that time period, these cars are also in relation to the entertainment industry. And I have been a consultant for 10 years. And I couldn't fall asleep at night because I realized that automotives are the next big thing. What can I do in this area? So then, if I cannot be a car manufacturer, what is something in the area of maintenance that I can do? So that is the thought process that I had. And I thought to myself, what is the direction the car industry is headed in? If you think about it, our cars are at our work, and at night they come back to our apartments and our residential areas. During that night time, if there is a service that can provide car washing or different maintenance, that would be a very good business idea. So if we look at where these cars are at night, they are at the apartments. 3/5 of all Koreans live in apartments. So you can think of 3/5 of all cars in Korea are in the apartments. So Seoul, Gyeonggi, Incheon, Busan are the areas that we are doing business in. We are targeting only 500 apartments, and we are focusing our efforts here in order to gain our consumer base. The industry is about 40 trillion won a year, and the parking lot industry is 5 trillion won. The biggest problem with apartments I found when we were looking at older apartments, they had the issue of no parking space, smoking in the verandas, and noise problems. They also looked at the facilities that are available in new apartments and were jealous of them, including parking. If you look at it, the residential leaders of the apartments were looking for this a parking solution. So when I first started out with the parking business model, we did that, and then we expanded into apartment life platform. One of the most interesting stories I'd like to tell you is in regards to some apartments that have golf courses and swimming pools. So all of these facilities, if we are able to put them onto one platform and connect them, that would be a great service. If you think about it, the fourth industrial revolution is all about connection. In fact, the people who are 60 years or older were more interested in our service, surprisingly, because they didn't want their real estate assets to fall in price. So this is the business model that I drew when I first started my company. I think apartments and cars are all devices, and our cell phones are devices as well. I think the first thing we need to do is to connect all of these three. And I believe that parking lot was the common denominator. If you think about it, even for visitors, they have to be registered as a visitor before they are able to park in an apartment area. And also, we created that non-face-to-face service where you can register your visitors. Our customers were able to install this in their residents' smartphones, and that's where the app started. So when we got the data from those apps, we are able to connect that to advertisements. If there is a private academy or maintenance services for cars, we were able to advertise on the app. That was our business model. We first got our seed money from Incheon, and then we got our Series A investment from POSCO, and we are expanding rapidly. So if you ask us what differentiates us, it might look like a regular parking gate, but if you look closely, there is a camera. That camera will take pictures of the cars 360 degrees, when we'll be able to collect data of the color, how dirty the car is, and what model and year of the make. And we also know when the cars come in and out, so we are able to take that behavioral data and analyze it. Our company was able to focus on this for about a year. It was very difficult to get the data in the first place. But the data that we were able to gather from these gates, we created IOB, which is behavioral data. Of course, the software needs to be given to these apartment managers, so we created a SaaS. Also, we thought about residents being able to trade between each other. 당근 market is something where you have to actually go out and meet the people in your neighborhood to trade your old products, but then you can meet your fellow residents to make the trade within the apartment complex. We thought that if we created this parking service, some of our customers asked us, why don't you not only focus on parking lots, can you also let us know how many cars there are, what types of cars are, do the categorization, how many Ioniq or how many Teslas there are? And also, can we know whose car is whose, which car is whose? And then they asked us to go into the EV industry as well. In fact, we are looking at EV charging business. We're working with a company T to do that. If you think about it, apartments are very closely knit. And within that small, closely knit business community, we are creating this business. You have to download this app in order to use it, and I hope that we can expand enough so that we can service your apartments where you live. The most important thing for us is data. I believe that many of our investors look to invest in us because of our data. There are some people who bring their cars at 9 p.m. and go out at 8 a.m. And we are also able to know who works in the surrounding regions. So when the cars come in and out, we know what use that car is for. Is it a camping car? Is it a car just for everyday use? Also, in regards to whether the car is dirty, then we can tell them when they need to clean their car. Also, in regards to maintenance, we can tell them when they need to get their car fixed. For example, for internal combustion engine cars, we may not need to do a lot of maintenance, but for EVs, there definitely needs to be maintenance. Since we already know the numbers of the cars, we can input the number of the car, and especially for people who are selling used cars, we are able to create that ecosystem so that people who are dealers nearby can come in and sell and buy those cars. Also, through our business endeavors, we started to turn to rental cars. It's very hard to find rental cars, but we are offering that service. I've been talking a lot, and it sounds like a lot of blah, blah. And, we connect private academies, all these parking lots. One of the other things that our customers asked us is to create an Airbnb for pets. When they go on trips, they want to be able to have their pet sitter in the residential area. So we are collaborating with people who have the right tools. We also are working with OO Market that provides services where they can deliver food within the apartment complexes. So I think as we expand our services, we continue to gather more customer apartments. Currently, we are working with 19 apartment complexes. We have about 200,000 apartments in our portfolio. All of these sales, we have commissions on them, and that is how our business model works. We have a goal of getting 500 or maybe 1,000 customer apartments. And we hope that we will be able to collect data for all city-level apartments. One last thing I want to touch upon is this part. When I explain the concept of our company, I always think about the plane. Planes used to be able to land in airports, and they are maintained there and they are cleaned there, etc. For me, the apartment parking lots are like airports. We're doing mobility smart parking lot development. Let's say an apartment comes into one of our parking lots. An autonomous vehicle does that, and we are able to check if it is an AV. And when they come in through our gates, the car and the gate is able to communicate with each other. And then the gate asks the car, are you wireless charging, or are you authorized to get cleaning, etc. So then the gate is able to analyze what service this car needs and tell the car what parking lot to go to. This is one of the services that we want to demonstrate in the near future. In the future, we want to be able to create a mobility kingdom, just like an airport that is for cars. If you live in an apartment, I hope that we can service you soon one day. Thank you.
Meerkat.
Thank you. This was Meerkat. 7 Meerkat, as you heard. Let's move on. With the implementation of the Severe Disaster Punishment Act, prevention of industrial accidents has grabbed people's attention now more than ever. SafeWear minimizes the damage of fall incidents with wearable airbags. It inflates the airbag within 0.2 seconds after detecting a fall and protects the neck, spine, and main organs. It is expanding into not only industrial sites but motorcycles, horse riding, water sports jacket, and inflatable tubes or drones. Let me introduce new GENIE from SafeWear. Hi everybody. I am in charge of foreign operations. But today it's ironic that I'm in front of you all to do some domestic marketing here. So I don't like to speak in Korean. I don't like to take notes and look down at my notes while talking, but because I am talking in Korean, I will read a little bit of my script. So today I will start with an introduction of SafeWear and lead you to what solutions we have, what problems we want to solve, and how we can fulfill our goal, so our business model and future plans. SafeWear was established in 2016. We are located in Seongnam City right now. We have 20 employees as of now, and here you see our organization chart. We have development team, design team, and sales team, international operations, and we are also in cooperation with various research centers from universities like KAIST. And from 2016, we have participated in various events. We have gotten various certifications and awards. So let me revisit this in a while. So I prepared this quote for you. Safety is the most important investment we can make in. And what's more important is the amount that we can save by investing in safety and not the amount of cost that arises from safety accidents. So I'm stressing the word safety here a lot. It's the most important value that we hold dear. What exactly is safety? What safety am I talking about? I'm talking about safety in construction sites. You can see here the domestic trend and the global trend. Falling accidents in construction sites has become a great issue. And this leads to not only injuries but economical losses. In 2020, for Korea, 236 people died from falling accidents. And in the US, a person dies every 99 minutes due to a falling accident. So such human losses is leading to a global economic loss of about 1.2 trillion won. And to solve these issues, of course, a lot of preventative measures are needed. But in spite of such preventative measures, the number of people dying from falling accidents grows yearly. So we took a look at such dire statistics and tried to solve the problem. We thought that preventative measures are important, but also protection is very important as well. And that's why we came up with this business idea. I am talking about airbags for industrial site workers. On the left, you can see construction workers wearing this comfortable vest when they're working. And when there's a sign of a fall, a detection of a fall, the airbag automatically inflates. And managers on site, as well as medical workers, are notified about the accident instantly. So basically, after the fall is detected, the airbag inflates, like the picture you see on the right. And motorcycle riders and people who ski have access to a lot of these similar airbags, and we were the first in the world to create such inflatable airbags for construction workers. So you see here that we are manufacturing and developing this airbag, and 3 other manufacturers are also producing such airbags right now, but we're the only company in the world that creates reusable airbag vests and an airbag vest that protects both the front and the back. So because we developed this airbag vest for the first time in the world, we got a lot of certifications, authentications, awards. Domestically, we are listed on the procurement agency, and we also got a certification from overseas agency. We also got certifications and awards for innovative products. And of course, our designs and technologies are patented. So we not only focus on developing airbag vests for construction workers, we focus on other areas as well. So motorcycle riders and kickboard users, and which is very in trend right now. But our main focus is on construction worker airbag vests. So let me talk about our business model. We wanted to create safety vests for people not only working in construction sites, but just all areas of high risk in general, where there's a risk of falling. And our vests are being used in many Korean companies like Hyundai Construction and LH. And we're preparing to export these products right now. Now, the biggest barrier for us right now is getting certification to export overseas because we were the first to develop these airbag vests. There's not even a standard for us to be evaluated upon. So we're trying to think of how to solve this problem, and we are participating in various exhibitions overseas. So what is our plan for the future? So I think this was brought up before. A lot of legislative reforms are ongoing right now. And in 2020, 2021, smart construction wear has become mandatory for construction sites. So through such regulatory reforms, our business has been getting a lot of support and momentum. And this year in 2022, our revenue amounted to about 1.7 billion. And when we think of the contracts that we have signed already, we believe that the revenue in total this year will be about 6 billion. And next year, because we will be releasing other products, we will be able to produce vests for bikers, motorcyclists, which will lead to even more revenue. So I said that in Korea, every year more than 200 people die from industrial fall accidents. And you might think of that as just numbers, the number 200 or 263, but when we think of them as individuals, they're somebody's mothers, fathers, and sisters. So please show great interest in this social problem. Thank you.
부탁드립니다.
Let's give her a round of applause. Jenny from Safeware. Ladies and gentlemen, how many advertisements do you see a day? Not just on the internet, but when you are on the subway or bus, you are exposed to a lot of advertisements. In this flood of advertisements, advertisers are always wondering how they can make more efficient and effective advertising. Supple is a service that looks into this issue. If users look at advertisements on the subway or bus, they are rewarded. And this advertisement can be closely linked to the community economy, so that could be good for the users who get rewards and the community. I'd like to invite Mr. Choi Ye-chan from GENCO. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Choi Ye-chan, the CEO of GENCO. Our company provides a platform for eco-friendly subway usage. It is called Supple. 7.5 million people use public transportation every day, and they spend 4.1 million hours on advertisements. We are currently using this time. We want to advertise to people so that they can be advertised to. When people are using public transportation, they can't take their eyes off their smartphones. We are using that time to provide contents. Just for subways, this is 7.5 million people, but if we include buses, that can become 12.3 million. So being able to advertise to this group, it would be a huge business opportunity. We all know that public transportation helps us with decreasing carbon emissions. The carbon emission reduction rate of 1 year can be achieved within just 2 weeks of using public transportation. With this data in mind, advanced countries such as the US and Europe try to encourage more people to use subways. With just a 1,000% increase in subway users, we can save 330,000 trees. How can we increase the number of people who use public transportations? And we looked into providing contents for public transportation users. More than 50% of Koreans think that public transportation takes a toll on their financials, and we believe that we can help out with that as well. We need to know our users very well in order to host more advertisers. Some of the biggest problems in the advertising industry is that it doesn't take into account the viewers' environments. Also, there are many middle advertisements that add to making people tired who are watching the advertisements. That's why we only limited our advertisement viewage environment to subways and buses, and we want to use many different functions in order to solve the issue of being tired from advertisements. Advertisers, of course, can make profits from advertising to our users. So our clients would pay us a commission based on the viewage, and consumers will be able to take away rewards as a percentage as well. So let's look at how we will be providing advertisements. In order to provide advertisements, we are going to use IoT devices called beacons that are in every car of a subway. There are many issues with this beacon, so we have conducted many different experiments in order to decrease the side effects, and we have our own technology and solutions surrounding this. So let's look at what advertisers want. They use banners or other different types of advertisements to encourage users to come onto their platform. That is a huge cost. So how do we solve this issue? We said that we want to expose those advertisements and lead consumers to web pages. Our platform allows any banner to be viewed in a dual mode with the website. This is our proprietary dashboard that we have developed. Advertisements take about 2 weeks to 1 month to create an advertisement. With our preview function, our advertisers are able to prepare an advertisement within just 1 day. We always think about the costs associated with advertising. One of the reasons that cost goes up is because people do an auction approach. For us, we have a set price that eliminates that cost of selection, and that could increase the efficiency of a advertisement. One of the things that we differentiate ourselves is because we can show the banner along with the home page at the same time. We believe that the market that we are part of will increase to 10 trillion won next year. This is the digital advertising industry. With a commission rate of 25%, we also have B2B needs, such as SK, who is asking us to use our services. So I believe that our solutions are quite viable. One of our biggest characteristics is the fact that we have a very diverse user population ranging from the ages of 20 to 60. 70% of the usage comes from the morning time. So you can see that people look at our app when they go to work in the morning. We are also getting a lot of reviews, and many individual bloggers are talking about our service, so that is contributing to the increase of users. After our launch in February, we're getting a lot of contacts from clients. We actually are in the midst of trying to obtain seed investments so that we can increase our user base that will attract more clients. Through this growth, we believe that there will be much increase in our sales, but we are the only player here, so that will really help us. Other than advertisement contents, we are also looking into other business pipelines. With our technology, we are able to create different categories. We can do something where people can connect with people who are similar with them, or if they are in the same car in the subway, they can connect with each other. We believe that this has a lot of potential if we sophisticate this categorization technology. The beacons in the subways and buses are not only in Korea. This is something that has come from overseas that we have brought in. So this is also a very good expansionary characteristic where we can go global without too much extra investment. There are many companies that are doing mobile digital advertising, so we are looking to work with these people as well. Since they are doing very active M&A, we believe that we can expand our company, and at any time we can be prepared for M&As. The reason I am so confident in our business is that because it only took us 5 months to get our product on the market. If you go see our sources and contents, they are all generated within our company. And we have a very strong team who does that. I'm not sure if anybody else has this strong execution and speed. This is one of our team's greatest strengths. Our end goal is this. I hope at the end of the day, people will be able to tell their friend, "Oh, I'm on the subway, I'm using Supple. Oh, I'm on Supple right now." If this is to become a daily part of people's lives, I believe that that is our success. Thank you for listening. I am Choi Ye-chan from 갱고. Thank you.
지하철
Thank you. You can earn money and ride on the subway and protect the environment. What a great idea. This next company collects and processes data that can fully understand humans. All businesses collect, process consumer data and use it for marketing, of course. But this is becoming difficult recently due to big companies monopolizing data and the strengthened privacy laws. Data Monster provides customers rewards through app tech service and collects and processes data to sell it. Let us hear more from CEO Choi Sang-pil from Datamond. Hello, I am the CEO of Datamond, Choi Sang-pil. Let me begin my presentation on Zero-Party Data Maker. Here you see the logo, right? What do you think of? Almond, diamond. We are a company that makes a customer's data more valuable in the data mine. The Datamond creates an AI data platform that collects and analyzes and sells zero-party data. Point Monster that collects zero-party data, Meta Persona that analyzes data, and Persona Finder that explores and sells data. Through this, we help not only businesses but individuals. I worked in Hyundai Capital, and I have experience in designing the H-coin point of Hyundai card. Therefore, I was able to successfully create this app. Also, the co-founder of this company was in charge of digital CLM team of Hyundai card and created the meta persona analysis service successfully. So data development and data analysis is our expertise, and we have 6 more talents that we have recruited, and we are currently doing our best to develop this service successfully. In 2019, we were chosen in the startup competition within Hyundai Motors, and we became a spin-off last year in July. We got investment from Postech Holdings, Hyundai Motors, Kia Motors, and we also were chosen as the research program for TIPS project. Now, zero-party data is a word that was first used in Forrester in the year 2020. It means data that a customer intentionally and actively shares with a business. We share and collect a lot of different data on various fields. You can divide it into 4 sectors mainly. The first is information of customers from the company, so first-party data. The second is second-party data, and of course, third-party data from social networking companies and big tech companies. Now, in comparison with these data, zero-party data is data that can more understand customers in depth, so we can analyze people's perspectives, viewpoints, and their characteristics, personalities. But currently, due to legal restrictions, it's difficult to get a hold of customers' data and companies are needing to use zero-party data more to provide app services for customers. But right now, there is not the right application platform for zero-party data collection. That's why zero-party data will solve such problems. The collection of zero-party data and marketing activities of businesses are both possible on Point Monster. Companies can know about the preferences of customers directly. Also, mobile advertisements can be created and additional consumer data can be selected. With this, companies can advertise, collect data, and analyze data all at the same time. Our core function is phone-on-phone basic. We have 5 X2E missions on this. Through this mission, data collection and usage is possible through X2E mission, and we can provide high quality data on a regular basis. And it can be used in conversion with various surveys, and Kanta Korea Gas Safety Public Corporation, and other more companies are using our data as well. Next is Phone Pro. This is finding the diverse needs of businesses and making sure that these businesses can get a hold of the right data. So it's an advertisement solution as well. Here you see as an example the Mara soup advertisement data. It holds a survey to see what kind of maratang customers prefer so that the companies can advertise the right kind of maratang for the right customers. So our solution is first, conduct the mission, and second, purchase. Next, X2E Daily Mission, which collects day-to-day data. Your study habits, fashion, preferences, food preferences are all collected through daily missions. And through this, businesses can also showcase the right advertisements. Here, various advertisement missions can be operated, like the Hyundai Motors Tucson viral mission. And this serves its purpose with a low cost. Also, we can get a hold of difficult data to get a hold of. Here you see that we do better in collecting data than our competitors, and consumers feel less burdened or stressed about using our app. I talked about how we utilize missions. We collect pictures of customers' refrigerators, which are all, of course, data, and make sure that home appliance companies can utilize this. So this year in February, we went through beta test, and now we know for sure that we can commercialize this product. And we have around 150,000 image data. So conservatively speaking, at the end of this year, we will have around 100,000 subscribers. So let me talk about data process analysis, meta persona. It analyzes customers' preference 360 degrees. So we created this meta persona framework. And through this, we created a quiz bank, and more than 660,000 customers participated. So we know how right the data is. Also, we currently have patented various data quizzes utilizing things like the MBTI test. And this is a system that processes and analyzes the data that has been collected. We have a meta persona board to visualize the data per group. Through this, through the various surveys of companies, we can get a hold of meaningful results and predict customers' behaviors. So this is an example. It was a prediction mission relating to the soccer player Son Heung-min. Here with this simple mission, you can see that a lot of preference and characteristics of customers can be found. So next, we tested Ioniq 6. We asked surveys regarding to customers' preference with electric vehicles. We saw that sentimental vehicles did not prefer electric vehicles as of now. And I feel like we can not only identify customers through these adjectives. So let's go on to the next solution, B2B solution. It's a data transaction platform that lets you purchase data. You can know about the reason why customers buy certain products, and you can target them. SDK and API can be used to also provide preference research center, and it can utilize the data that is already existing. So we collect data through advertisement and surveys, but through this data platform, we can provide various services for customers, and in the short term, we can get data from advertisement and surveys, and in the long term, we can get it through more commercial ways. Now, in the fourth quarter, we increase marketing for B2B, and we are expanding into commerce markets. We have started to target the data selling and transaction service, and we are expanding into data selling platforms. And based on our services, in 2026, we are planning to announce IPO with revenue of 38.5 billion Korean won. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Data is money in the future. Let's keep our eyes on this company. Now I'd like to introduce the last company. Korea is a very export-focused country. Especially refrigerated and frozen storage as well as transportation is one of the areas that many businesses are struggling in. This company that I'd like to introduce is a platform company that specializes in this area. This company is actually based in Jeonju, so I think this makes this presentation all the more meaningful. Now I'd like to invite CEO Shin Hak-soo from xikan. Do you want refrigerated and frozen export? Do you have too high costs in terms of storage and transportation? Our towel will solve that issue for you. Hello, everyone. We are based in Gunsan of the northern Jeolla province. Our company is called xikan. Seek in English is what you are looking for, and Han is for Hanguk, Korea. This means that you are looking for Korea. I was in a logistics company in Australia for 8 years, and based on that experience, I knew that there was a niche market and started my business here in Korea. Looking for Korea, seeking Korea, refers to finding the very excellent products and services that is in Korea, and I believe that we can definitely expand our market globally. We started our company in 2020, and in order to test our products, we started the business, and we had a 400 million won sales. We are only doing platform testing, and as a startup ourselves, we created a R&D department in August, and we are currently looking to be certified. Due to COVID-19, the markets that have contracted are now coming back to life. As you know, the K-food trend and the K-trend is going around the world. The demand for Korean food is increasing every day. And looking at the statistics, this market amounts to 864 trillion. And if we look at the mixed transportation, this is a huge market as well. So we have room temperature, frozen, and refrigerated storage and transportation. That low temperature would be cold chain transportation. When SMEs export worldwide, they face difficulties because they need to do full container shipping. But for us, we help with small volume logistics, and we are basically a broker for these small volume clients. For platforms, there are no platforms in the market that currently do cold chain B2B small volume logistics. Square is a Samsung SDS company, and these are the companies that are very interested in our services. These are actually the companies that are our competitors. These companies provide logistics but they only do certain types of logistics. Our company provides a one-stop service that allows for people to do small volume logistics. The logistics and exporting industry is very, very complicated, and the terminology is very difficult, but that is okay with us. Just keep two things in mind. FCL, which stands for full container load, as well as less than container load, which is for mixed logistics. We share space. That is the LCL. So you can think of the shared buying that people do a lot recently these days. So overseas buyers want Korean products from Korean SMEs. So this is the market that we service. Take all your own logistics. That is what TAOL stands for. And in Korean, it's ta, which is get on, and 올라타, which is get, please embark. Many companies are struggling with documentations for exports, and so we help out with that and the automation. We also help with insurance. You can think of those basic services that are on our platform. Our competitors have this service as well, but what sets us apart is the cold chain service. We do cold chain delivery and we do shared containers, which sets us apart. Our company handles logistics for you end to end, and we are a one-stop service. If you look at our network, we have about 7 employees who are getting the Social Security insurance from our company, and this is the entire team. I studied in Australia for about 10 years and worked in an Australian company. Many of our team members have experience abroad, and they are in their 30s and 40s, which is a very young group, I would say. We have gone into 4 overseas markets, and by December, there will be about 11 countries that we will be able to service. Since we are an export company, a logistics company, there are many entry barriers such as capital. The other thing is that we have very specific target countries. As someone who has lived abroad, I am fully aware of the buyer's needs and the customer's needs. So I believe that my experience and capability can support the needs of our clients. There are 2 strategies that we are taking. With our test market, we are doing towel. That is more of the general approach, and this is something that's specific to us. We provide our platform to a foreign forwarder, so then they can have much more efficiency. And if we do that, we are able to obtain their client database, and that allows us to expand into that client base as well, so that they can use our cold chain logistics services as well. So once we get that overseas clientele base, we believe that we can get to the sales goals that we want, and we are in the midst of executing that plan. There are 4 sources of revenue for us. Some of my personal know-how from Australia is that I'm able to look at the packaging, the labeling of Korean products that would make it easy to sell them in Australia. I believe that I have studied a lot in this area, and we have this competitive know-how. We also have consulting and R&D services available. 30% of the revenue can come in as our operating sales. So the consulting fees and the product development fee or the storage fee, we are not taking that into account right now. Our beta services will be available in November, and probably from 2023, you will be able to use our platform services. We are currently being very manual in our process. It's taking a lot of manpower because we use Excel. That is currently our testing phase. Since we are looking at a 1 billion won sales next year, I believe that we will be able to have a in 2023, we are looking at a 16.8 billion sales, and our growth is expected to be 1,700%. With an average of 100 million that we can get in revenue, we are able to think about how many containers that we can get, and that is how we reached the expected sales of 16.8 billion. We had a seed investment of 500 million won. We want to attract more investment next year. For cold chain storage and cold chain logistics, we need to set up more infrastructure. And in the next year, we are looking at a bigger business. We aim to get 30 billion in investment. Although my English isn't fluent, I believe it's enough to create branches all across the world. So in a few years, we believe that we can do an exit through merger and acquisition. I hope that experts in logistics can come together with us, and I hope that we can research into ways where we can expand the business. I also want to ask SMEs who have trouble exporting their goods to come to us. We are based in Jeonju, the northern Jeonju province. I hope that our local products can be exported much more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was great to hear from the CEO, Shin Hak-soo, with his great ambition. We have finished. This wraps up the presentations of all startup CEOs. Thank you once again. And this wraps up the third GENIE Forum Storage Demo Day of 2022. You can rewatch the whole event on Korea Startup Association's YouTube channel, so please feel more than free to look it up. We will see you again next year with even more insightful agendas. Thank you.